Hey, 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 welcome everyone. We are going to get started.
My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city no hating. If anything, motherfucker innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker innovation, nigga. Yeah, I'm back home, man. And guess what the fuck strapped on me? Last chance in it, you can call me business. I'm all up in it, bro, strictly by my business. Protect my shit like a lamp hole Indian. If you ain't got this, man, I strongly recommend it. Neck on tennis, wrist on tennis. Black Jesus beats with black dreadlocks in it. I came here to win it, I need playing time. You can't stop me, just found me and send me to the line. It's young May Izzle, head cock dizzle, and I don't give a fuck about none of you niggas. I gun at you niggas, this ain't time for play. I'm almost off parole and I be smoking every day. Approaching with a K, smoking on a J. I go anywhere, I don't give a fuck where you stay, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker innovation, nigga. Old black Chevy, yeah, that's me. A triple and a motherfucking double OG, nigga. You don't know me, you gotta be drinking. I'm known for cutting heads, don't leave a nigga sinking. I leave a nigga blinking, just for all that playing. You think the Huck Green will call me the Orange Man? Cause when I get at ya, I really get at ya. I'm like Vin Diesel, bro, I keep a vendetta. It's always about cheddar, it's never cause you let her. Cause I don't wanna anyway, see I can do better. See I can do stellar. She love the way I groove. She like the way I cut the stack and still make it move. I'm nothing like that dude. Yeah, I'm something special. I'm known for getting money, so I ain't gotta address you, but not to disrespect you. If you touch my nephew, my niece, or my daughter, or my son, I'm coming at you, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker innovation, nigga. Tenant key shit, nigga. Nintendo Wii shit, nigga. Let it game on you niggas. Let it cane on you niggas. We'll bang on you niggas. Let it rain on you niggas. I'm ashamed of you niggas. And you know I know triggers. You know I know figures. Been in it since a youngin'. Wild out dungeon. Young Paul Bunyan. I came in running. Ain't going out gunning. I always had something. I don't owe you nothing, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker innovation, nigga. My city gets money. My city gets paper. My city's no hater. If anything, motherfucker innovation, nigga. Fuck that.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing today on this? What is this? Thankful Tuesday. Some people call it Taco Tuesday, Travel Tuesday. But I wanted to bring this story that I didn't know about until a couple of hours ago. That is happening out of Baltimore, Maryland, right now. Yes, I was looking to cut my camera on. I wasn't trying to have it off. Um, a bridge collapse. Did you guys hear about the bridge collapse in Baltimore? Um, it's breaking news right now. It's like all the news outlets are literally still live about it right now. So I'm gonna just go ahead and share the screen, just show you guys right now. Uh, I thought I had my other one over here done, but for some reason I have to start it. So here, okay. I plan on using two screens, but I have to do it right here, right now, just to get started, and I'll switch it. But y'all not gonna believe this, because I didn't until I saw it for myself. And I was like, oh wow. Like, oh wow. Come on, fool. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I have the story ready. And I am still helping with the efforts with Sebastian Rogers. Um, I heard that they had canceled the searches due to the rain here in Nashville. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to keep up with the updates. But my baby boy had a dentist appointment today, and so I'm going to be hanging with him today, making sure he's good from the sedation. Y'all know he's only 4. So, but yeah, so y'all say a little prayer for Shallow. And I'm going to share, like, y'all, this is crazy.
Crashed into the bridge. I do want to pull up one of the many live images that we do have coming in out of this area. Take a live look as you have a lot in the way of flashing lights, and the bridge, no question, shut down as it did collapse into the water. I do want to go over just some of the details of what we know so far. And again, this is in Baltimore, that bridge snapping and collapsing after a container ship rammed into it this morning. Several vehicles falling into the river below, and rescuers searching for at least 7 people in the water. We do hear that a news conference will take place around 7 a.m. Eastern. Update with local and state officials, we're told. A lot is out as this is breaking at this hour, but again, that news conference set to begin at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to take you out to several of the live views that we do have at this hour. One of them off to the left side of your screen, that is actually a still image coming from is still dark at right, showing an aerial view. As we do see the sun start to rise, we'll get a better of the situation, but the bridge collapsing into the water below. And at last check, at least 7 people were believed to have fallen into the water, along with several cars. We are hearing, though, from officials that as many as 20 people could be in the water. Now, the bottom right-hand side of your screen is also a shot coming in from the Associated Press showing the bridge, again, shut down after collapsing into the water. I want to show this nearby Harford that is over in the area, and you can see a better close-up image of that bridge as it did collapse into the water right there. So the vessel appears to have hit one of on that Francis Key Bridge in Baltimore, causing the roadway to break apart in several places and plunge in water. That's according to a video that was posted on X or Twitter. Now, we know that the ship caught and thick black smoke was billowing out of it. Quote, "This is a dire emergency." This is a quote from Kevin Cartwright, the director of communications for the Baltimore Fire Department. He told the Associated Press, quote, "Our focus right now is trying to rescue and recover these people." Emergency responders searching for at least 7 people believed to be in the water. That is according to Cartwright, though he said it's too early to know how many people were affected. He did call the collapse a, quote, "developing mass casualty event." He added that some cargo appeared to be dangling from the bridge, which does span the river. It's a vital artery that, along with the Port of Baltimore, is a hub for shipping on the East Coast. It was opened back in 1977, and the bridge's Navy team has been covering this around the clock here as well. I do want to check in with them for their latest report as Melanie Alnwick is out there.
And right now, we do want to get straight to that breaking news that we've been telling you about out of Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed.
That's right. Shocking video from the city of Baltimore live stream shows the moment a watch pillar down into the Patapsco River.
Fox 5's Melanie live at the scene. Mel, do we know any more details about possible casualties? I know
we don't know any hard details. We've been asking Maryland transportation authorities, but they are not forthcoming with that information at this point. And to be honest, I think they really just don't know. Focus on the bridge itself, the ship coming in, the black smoke off of it, hit the pillar, and then that bridge, like is a made out of popsicle sticks collapsing in the water, but it's hard to see whether there were a certain number of cars. We do understand.
Am I buffering or am I back? That's why I wanted to do it on this screen. I don't know what's going on with this computer. Hold on, y'all. That's why I was using 2 screens. Because I didn't want it to be a delay. Okay, what part are we on right here? Oh, man. Is it, y'all say y'all seeing it? I'm not buffering? Okay. I'm 7 minutes in.
They're trying to light up the side of that ship and other areas where they suspect that there might be in there. They're going to see some video as Maryland transportation authorities not giving us any actual numbers at this point. So you'll see just sort of a shadowy outline of it. And we also have Skyfox video as well. And what I can tell you is happening right now, there's going to doing is they've got some in there that are trying to light up the side of that ship and other areas where they suspect that there might be areas of investigating, trying to see what they can do here. And again, we can tell you that all swiftwater teams in the area available are here, dive teams on hand, Baltimore Fire and Rescue notifying all of the local hospitals that they may have many patients. Now, this bridge was built in 1977. Its span is 1.6 miles long. It carries 11 million cars a day. We know that there's going to be major traffic impacts, but that is really not the focus right now. The focus is on what exactly happened on this cargo ship and who may be in that water. What we can tell you about the ship is it left about a little after 1 this morning from Dundalk. It was headed out of the port of Baltimore. It is called the Dali, and it is headed for Colombo. It's that ship is registered in Singapore, but we really have no what may have caused that ship to go off track. Obviously, ships that come in and out of Baltimore quite familiar with the quite familiar with, as well as Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott. We don't know about officials as well. Everyone sending their thoughts and but really focused right now is on those rescue efforts.
We'll definitely keeping everyone in our hearts and prayers. I know you'll keep us posted once those officials arrive. Thank you, Mel.
And we are checking in, as I mentioned, with our Fox 5 DC team for their live coverage. They have reporters out there as well as Fox News. We're going to check in with Griff Jenkins as well. And we are going to have Melanie Alnwick coming up in just about 20 minutes here on live communication with U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, the Baltimore County Executive, and the Baltimore Fire Department. We do know that he has now officially declared a state of emergency following this, quote, developing mass casualty event. A lot left to figure out here, though. And coming up at the top of the hour, 6 a.m. Eastern time, we'll check in with our Fox 5 DC team as they do continue their live coverage. Now, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, let's take you out to an bridge. Once the sun rises, we'll get a better view of the aftermath. We do have this photo here that did come in from Harford County EMS that shows a close image of the debris left behind in the water. Our Fox 5 DC team is live right now, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Bringing that bridge down in dramatic fashion, got declared a state.
Morning, and Melanie, certainly a serious situation. There are still so many unknowns.
It took them 5 years to build a bridge that took seconds to collapse. But yeah, that barge hit the bridge, and that's crazy. For working on barge or near barges who found Raleigh Strand here in Nashville. The police didn't even find him. So, like, what do law enforcement really be doing? But we're gonna talk about that another time. But right now, on this devastating story with this bridge collapsing, there were construction workers on the bridge working, and there also were people driving on in their cars on the bridge. Like, I can only imagine. I don't want to imagine. I don't want to imagine being on the bridge. I don't want to imagine being at the light, and I could have possibly been on the bridge. Just prayers to anyone in Baltimore who has family that was on the bridge, because this is wild.
As it remains active.
Yeah, and I think one of the big questions to come is how could this actually happen? But that is going to be secondary to what is happening right now, those search and rescue efforts. We can tell you that a state of emergency has now been declared in Maryland. Governor Wes Moore saying that he is working with all of the federal partners to bring as many resources as they need here to the Francis Scott Key Bridge area. That video itself just doesn't even look real. And you can see over my shoulder here the operations. You may see some searchlights. We know that's happening. We know there is sonar searching going on as well. Baltimore Fire reporting at least 20 people in the water. There were construction workers on the bridge at the time, and we don't know about cars that may have plunged into the water as well. That is just an assumption because cars were traveling over the bridge. It wasn't shut down at the point. The cargo ship is the Dolly. It left Dundalk, headed to the port of Colombo in Sri Lanka, and all available swiftwater rescue and dive teams are on hand. Baltimore Fire and Rescue also notifying all of the local hospitals that they may have many patients. But we still don't know exactly what brought the ship into contact with the pillar. When we looked at the video of black smoke, but that is really just what we're seeing with our own eyes. No one has talked to us at all yet about what may have been a cause and what would cause a ship that have similarity with the port, with Baltimore Port. Look, ships come in and out of here all the time. It is a major transportation and supply port on the East Coast. So a ship that's come in and out of here before certainly should have no trouble navigating going underneath the Key Bridge. Now, we told you about the bridge itself, built in 1977. You know, it really shouldn't come down like that. That's, I think, really the most shocking thing. We can tell you that a press conference is scheduled here for 7 a.m. We don't know exactly who's going to be here, but we do believe it's going to be the county executive, Baltimore's mayor.
Collapsed right there on your screen. That does show the aftermath. Do want to pop up some of the other images that we do have coming into our newsroom right now. And this is a live look from our Fox 5 DC team. This is actually near the area where Melanie just provided her.
Okay. What I did, I just switched computers. I'm gonna let it stream on the other computer because I think me streaming it on here is why it's buffering. So I'm not gonna stream it on here, just on here. So let me get it back to the point where we were with her talking. I think it's here.
Bring whatever resources they need here to Baltimore. The main focus at this hour is search and rescue. We heard from Baltimore Fire that there may be as many as 20 people in the water. There were construction workers on the bridge at the time, and we can only assume that there were vehicles crossing as well. And that video, just incredible. To be honest, when we first saw it this morning, like just before 2 a.m., I personally thought it may not be real. It was just that crazy. Just to see a steel truss bridge like that collapse as if it were made of popsicle sticks was just hard to fathom. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of people are going to be talking about is how could this happen? This is a cargo ship that left Dundalk. So this is the port of Baltimore. It left port.
Bit of a challenge to
the port of Baltimore. That is a major hub.
Here's the press conference.
And it was opened back in 1977. The bridge, of course, named for the Star-Spangled Banner. You can see the mayor of Baltimore there off to the left side. It looks like this news conference is now getting underway.
Good morning. My name is Chief James Wallace. I'm the Chief of the Baltimore City Fire Department. Joined this morning by our Mayor Brandon Scott, President Mosby,
Is it loud enough?
Our brief is an update on the search and rescue operations. So at approximately 01:40 hours this morning, our 911 center dispatched a call to the Baltimore City Fire Department for water rescue from the Tabasco River in the area of the Key Bridge. As units were responding, they began to receive numerous calls indicating multiple people in the water. At some point during that chain of events of calls, we began to receive indications that a ship may have struck the Key Bridge. We got further information through multiple calls that the Key Bridge, portions of the Key Bridge had actually collapsed. At about 0150 hours, our first unit arrived on scene and reported a complete collapse of the Key Bridge. We were also given information at that time that there were likely multiple people on the bridge at the time of the collapse, and that as a result, multiple people were in the water. We were able to remove 2 people from the water. One individual refused service and refused transport. Essentially, that person was not injured. However, there was another individual that's been transported to a local trauma center that is in very serious condition. At this time, we have multiple air assets from the Maryland State Police, as well as the Baltimore Police Department, as well as multiple marine assets from around the region, including Baltimore City, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, as well as multiple local and state police agents, resources police, BPD Special Ops Unit is in here, Maryland State Police is here. We have multiple resources. We are still very much in an active search and rescue posture at this point, and we will continue to be for some time. We have a large area that we have to search. This includes on the surface of the water, subsurface, as well as on the deck of the ship itself. We believe at this point we may be looking for upwards of 7 individuals. That's the latest information we have. However, what I will say is the information that I'm giving you right now is as of right now. That's what we know right now. This is a very large incident. It involves a very large footprint. Multiple agencies are operating. Therefore, information is subject to change as we get more intel and as our crews work through the morning. Over the next 8 to 12 hours, you can expect to continue to see our air and maritime assets functioning out on the water and in the air above. We need to do damage assessment of the ship itself before we can board that ship. And we need to continue our subsurface search, which is including different types of sonar. We have side scan sonar. We have other sonar capabilities here. We have underwater UAVs that we're working with. And throughout the night, we've also been working with infrared technology, both from the air and on the water surface. So I'm going to wrap up here with just saying this continues to be a search and rescue operation. It continues to be a very dynamic operation with multiple local, state, and federal resources involved. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Mayor Brandon Scott.
Thank you, Chief. Everyone, this is a unthinkable tragedy. We have to first and foremost pray for all of those who are impacted, those families. Pray for our first responders and thank them, all of them working together, city, state, local, to make sure that we are working through this tragedy. This is an ongoing active research that we're having right now. We're going to continue, as you heard from Chief Wallace, throughout. As long as we have to be doing that, we will do it. But we have to be thinking about the families and people impacted, folks who we have to try to find and save. This is what our focus should be on right now. We're going to continue to work in partnership with every part of government to do everything that we can to get us through the other side of this tragedy. And with that, I'll turn it over to County Executive Olszewski.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. I think we all awoke this morning to an unspeakable tragedy. As the mayor indicated, we know that there will be families and individuals impacted by this, regardless of what happens the rest of the way out. So I would just echo the mayor in lifting up prayers for those who are impacted, but also ask that our residents pray for our first responders. They have been on scene since very early in the morning, not only conducting initial search and rescue operations, but planning for the additional ones as the sun comes up. And, the work that they do cannot be understated. And I want to just thank them for all that they are doing and will do in the hours and days ahead. We know that we have a long road ahead, not just in the search and rescue, but in the fallout following this. I think we appropriately have our attention on the search and rescue efforts currently, and just here alongside our partners in the city to say that they have our full support, just as we want to thank our state partners for the resources they've offered up, as well as the federal partners who have already reached out. The mayor and I have talked to the governor. We've heard from the Secretary of Transportation. So collectively, we thank everyone for their thoughts, their well wishes. But again, this is a very active situation, and we want to just thank the chief and our teams for all the great work they're doing. With that, I'll turn things back over to the chief.
Thank you, County Executive Olszewski. We do some Q&A right now. Now we're just going to go around and have everyone present their questions.
Chief, can you tell us where the crew of the ship is? You also mentioned, too, that the 2 people were rescued. Who made the first 911 call? And there were reports that it was a crew on the deck of the ship working at that point. Can you confirm any of that information?
The latest information we have on the crew of the ship is that they are still on board the ship. There's been comms between the ship crew and the Coast Guard. So as part of the overall operation, we communicate through the Coast Guard with the ship. And I'm sorry, your other questions?
There were 2 people taken. Who made the first 911 call?
I don't know who made that call yet.
Okay. And were there other workers on the deck of the ship or deck of the bridge at this point? We had heard that information. Can you confirm that?
We were being told there were workers on the bridge. We have yet to confirm that. We'll work with MDTA to obviously to get that information.
About how many cars were on that ship? Last question. On the deck of the bridge at the time it collapsed. You
don't have a number. I can tell you our sonar has detected the presence of vehicles submerged in the water. I don't have a count of that yet.
Thank you.
Chief, you mentioned upwards of 7 individuals that you're looking for. We've heard
I don't see how they just say it's 7 people in the water if it's vehicles in the water.
About how many people actually fell into the water, how many people
wasn't it people driving the vehicles?
And also if you can give an idea of how many vehicles, although you might not have that answer, but really just the search and rescue.
Yeah, I'll start with the last one. So I don't know how many vehicles yet. I know that we have detected the presence of vehicles. As far as the number between the 7 and 20, that's been a dynamic count throughout the morning, just given the fact that we haven't yet nailed that number down. We do believe that at least 7 are involved in that, at least 7 at this point.
That fell into the water.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I know you said the crew was accounted for according to the Coast Guard on deck. Do we know if any of the crew members are part of these at least 7 people that may have been in the water?
We do not.
Thanks. Survivability in waters around this temperature is not very long. What would you shift focus to become more of a start operation?
So we'll be guided by our dive teams. We will determine what the temperature of the water is. The other issue that we have out there is this water is current influenced. So right now we think the tide is coming back in. That adds a bit of a challenge to us also. We can certainly dive in these conditions, but we have to take a lot of factors into play, right? The fact that there may be trauma involved, they have been in the water an extended period of time, but also remember we're battling darkness. So, it's quite possible that we may have somebody there that we've not seen yet. And as they work closer to the debris field, they'll obviously make those determinations. But we're going to rely on the experts, which are our dive masters that are here, our dive team, to tell us when they believe we've reached that non-survivability point.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chief Wallace, was there any indication that there was a problem on the ship? Was it let in by tugboat to any point during Mayday? Like anything that could, so far early on, point you to something went wrong?
We do not have that information with regard to the investigation. I would refer that to law enforcement. My focus since 1:40 this morning has been that rescue operation.
So far there's been no indication that any kind of like an emergency dispatch came from that ship beforehand?
I have no information about that, ma'am.
Have you been able to talk to the pilot, the American pilot on that bridge?
The pilot on the vessel?
Yeah.
We have not talked to the pilot on the vessel. The rescue personnel, the rescue operation, we have not interacted.
Just back over here.
Can you tell us about the victims that were pulled from the water and what
I don't have
Update
agent.
on condition. Sorry, again.
I'm sorry.
Update on the condition as well. When you.
Yeah, I don't have age and gender on either. One patient refused service, right? Really, they weren't injured. The second patient, however, was seriously injured and is at an area trauma center.
Are you including them in the at least seven people?
We don't know yet if they're part of that 7. Okay. The patient is injured severely enough that we've not been able to debrief that patient.
That 7 number, did that come from people witnessing cars going down? Like, where did that number come from? Or is that just from the sonar hits that you got?
No, that was the initial information that we got as we were arriving on the scene, that number. And that number, again, as I said earlier, has fluctuated, right? That 7 has been a consistent number.
How many agencies are here assisting right now with this recovery?
They say it's just 7 people in the
locally,
water.
You know, fire department wise, Baltimore County's here, Howard County's here, Hartford was here, PG was here, Anne Arundel, of course, Baltimore City. And a lot of those agencies are here by virtue of the fact that they may have specialized equipment that we need during an incident like this. So we're bringing in the equipment specific to the operation right now. And then even law enforcement agencies have a lot of the same marine ops equipment as we do. So given the incident is so big, we try to force multiply and just bring as many resources in as we can so that we can really blanket a large area for a search.
What about the fuel spill? What kind of resources are you bringing in to mitigate that?
We've not been able to confirm that we actually have an active fuel spill from the vessel. We've had odors of diesel fuel. The Maryland Department of the Environment is here, as well as the Coast Guard. So they would take leads on that as well. We hope as the sun comes up a little bit with the air assets that are up to get a much better picture, if we do have a fuel spill, what the impact has been so far.
Talk about the air assets that are up as the daylight comes up. How's that going to impact that with those resources?
Yeah, Maryland State Police has been here. Foxtrot is also working this. There are 2 air resources right now. I don't know that we won't bring any more in, but right now they're the 2 primary. Air reconnaissance on something on the open water is it's an invaluable resource. And we've been very fortunate to have it because as we put people out in the dark on the water to conduct searches, they have that degree of overwatch from those assets. So it's been an invaluable resource for us.
For the 2
Executive, we're talking about search and rescue. I know that, and that's where the focus is right now. I was awakened to this news. We're all awakened to this news. I've seen the video. What do you make of the totality of this incident? What are you thinking about what you've seen and what this community's experienced?
Well, this is a tragedy that you can never imagine, right? And I was awake when Chief Wallace called me, but never would you think that you would physically see the Key Bridge tumble down like that. It looked like something out of an action movie. And you just think about, most importantly, which is what we all should be thinking about right now.
You would have thought it was fake. And I don't see moonlight in you.
And those people who are risking their lives right now, from not just Baltimore City and Baltimore County, but all over this state, to try to save lives. That should be our focus, the preservation of life, because no one wants to see that happen, let alone someone in their family, someone that they know, be injured in an incident like this.
Chief, for the your thoughts about what this community is experiencing this morning.
Look, I think that folks are stunned. I think folks are reeling. And I think that's particularly true for people who are worried about their loved ones right now. I think there'll be plenty of time to talk about what this bridge means to the community, what it means for commerce. But at the end of the day, right now, this is about the humanity of people who are impacted and the men who are out there trying to save lives and recover folks off the bridge. So I think there'll be plenty of opportunity to talk about that. But really, right now and for the foreseeable hours ahead, this is really about focusing on the search and rescue efforts. And I want to just again thank the chief for his leadership and for all of the affiliated partners that we have working on this.
Chief, I know there's limited the fact that this could have been intentional, that this could be some kind of act of terrorism or intentionally hitting the bridge.
That's not my focus here, ma'am. That's part of the law enforcement investigations. I would defer to the proper authorities for that.
And I'm curious, we saw something similar to this happen in Philly when 95 came, a portion of that came down. I know you said that you guys have spoken to Secretary of Transportation of Pacific Judge. Has he made any comment about the assistance like we saw in Philly being rushed through to get this?
No, thank you. I spoke with Secretary Buttigieg directly. He and his team said that they're going to obviously work with us throughout this incident and work with not just the city and county, but really the state of Maryland to make sure that we have every resource that he and the federal government can provide.
How long is it going to take to rebuild this, Mayor?
I think right now, sir, listen, we shouldn't even be having that discussion right now. The discussion right now should be about the people, the souls, the lives that we're trying to save. There will be a time to discuss about a bridge and how we get a bridge back up. But right now, there are people in the water that we have to get out. And that's the only thing we should be talking about.
To go back to the
Right, we
question
don't care nothing about no bridge. We worrying about the people that's in the water.
There's absolutely no indication that there's any terrorism, that this was done on purpose. Our criminal intel is working with the FBI and other federal and state agencies to get all the intel that we have, but there's absolutely no indication that it was intentional.
Thank you, everybody. I want to thank you all. I will be advising you, updating you on the next briefing.
Okay, I think that's the end of the press conference, but of course Fox is covering it like on and on.
All right, so there you have it.
More I want y'all to see.
Know that they are partnering very closely with federal agencies, Maryland Governor West as well. Wouldn't read into that too much because we do know that all hands on deck here. So anyone who can offer assistance, people did ask, do they think that this may be an intentional act? And there is really no information on that at this point. It is just too soon to tell. And really that would not be the purview of the folks that were speaking with the Baltimore County Fire and Rescue and the Baltimore Mayor's office as well. We do know that they are partnering very closely with federal agencies, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, everybody working on this massive effort here, this mass disaster here in Baltimore. This is the Baltimore Beltway. It would be like a section of 495 in DC just completely disappearing. And so that is going to be an impact. There's certainly going to be impacts to cargo traffic in and out of the Baltimore port. But again, all of that at this point, secondary to the search and rescue operations that are going on at this point. We are expecting in just a few minutes here, back out live on the other side of the bridge where we are, that there's going to be another press conference with Maryland Transportation Secretary Paul Wiedefeld and some other folks that perhaps can give us a little more information, because there's also that question of how this could happen. How could this steel truss bridge just collapse like a pile of popsicle sticks into the river? And with a cargo ship that should have a pretty well-known path in and out of the Baltimore harbor. You've heard us say before, this is the Dolly. It was headed from Dundalk to Sri Lanka. Has most likely, it has been in the water for a while, most likely has come in and out of Baltimore before. Early on, some of that early video, we did see some smoke perhaps coming from it, but they're not going to speculate on what was going on. But we do know, as far as the information they have, as far as the communications with the crew at this point, they do appear to be accounted for and safe, but they have not been able to board the cargo ship yet to do an assessment of that situation. So that is the latest from here. We'll ask more questions of the Maryland Secretary of Transportation and the bridge authorities when that press conference begins sometime after 7 a.m. We'll send it back to you, Fred.
Okay, let me pause this. Share this tab. Okay, y'all, it was right here. Okay, so watch this. Wait a minute. Look at that. There's a 7 cars, 7 people in the water. Okay, so now watch this one where it showed this car barely made it. This one right here. I know, special needs mom. Thank you for sending me that video. Y'all, that is terrible, right? Like, even the mayor said somebody said they thought it was fake. Like, there's no way that bridge fell like that. There's no way that bridge fell like that. The other, of course, I'm gonna bring down more updates as they come. Let me see it again. I'll show you on my phone. Okay. I'm gonna bring y'all more updates because they definitely have more updates. It's daylight. Let's see what's the latest. They have a lot. Like, they've been live all day. All day. Share. Don't ask me why it does that until I move the mouse.
2 people we know were rescued, and it's not clear how many more might be in the water. However, we did hear from officials that there could be upwards of 7 people that are still there in the water and need to be rescued. The ship did crash into one of the bridge's supports, causing the structure to snap and buckle at several points, and then tumble into the water in a matter of seconds. Something that was captured on video and has been shown all over social media, shared all over the place pretty much, as folks were trying to figure out exactly what happened. If you were watching earlier, we had Fox 5 DC's Melanie Aldwick, and she said at first when she saw the video, she thought maybe it was artificial intelligence or something of that nature, and wanted confirmation before ever sharing it on her social media. That was kind of the thoughts that were shared by so many people as they watched that unbelievable video. Now, Brandon Scott, who is the mayor of Baltimore, saying, quote, "Never would you think that you would physically see the Key Bridge tumble down like that. It looked like something out of an action movie. It is an unthinkable tragedy." Fire Chief James Wallace saying authorities, quote, "may be looking for upwards of 7 people, but said the number could change and other officials wouldn't give any figures." It was not clear if the 2 rescued were included in the 7 that were cited there by the fire chief. Authorities said a crew of unknown size was working on the bridge at the time of the collapse, and the sonar detected cars in the water, which is about 50 feet deep. As I mentioned, the water temperature about 47 degrees Fahrenheit before dawn Tuesday. That's according to a buoy that does collect data for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Earlier, Kevin Cartwright, who is the director of communications for the Baltimore Fire Department, said several vehicles were on the bridge at the time of the collapse, including one that was the size of a tractor-trailer truck. The bridge came down in the middle of the night when traffic would overall be lighter than during the day, when thousands of cars tend to travel over the road. But again, as we mentioned, it was at a lighter time. Still, though, cars were on the bridge as well as workers when all of this did happen. Cartwright called the collapse, quote, "a developing mass casualty event," though he didn't know at the time how many people could be impacted. Synergy Marine Group, which owns and manages the ship called the Dolly, confirmed the vessel hit a pillar of the bridge around 1:30 a.m. local time while in control of one or more pilots who are local specialists who help navigate vessels safely into the ports. Trying to pull up some of the other images that we do have here on our screen. Again, we have Fox 5 DC as well as Fox 29 Philadelphia that are out there. This is kind of a view from afar, but the camera zoomed in where you can see at this point that is the ship still there where it was when it did crash into the bridge now sitting on top of it, essentially destroyed. And we know that bridge, built back in the 70s, took about 5 years to build. Transportation officials saying it is too early to tell how long it could be to rebuild the bridge. Their focus right now, as you'd imagine, is on those rescue efforts. Want to pop up this live image right here. This is actually our Fox 29 Philadelphia team shot that we took a bit earlier when we spoke with their reporter, Greg Payne, who is on the scene. You can see microphones are set up and ready to go as there is going to be yet another news conference that takes place. This will be sometime during the 9 a.m. Eastern time hour. So we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. Again, that is going to be sometime during the 9 a.m.
to Baltimore's harbor, among the nation's busiest. The collapse promises to snarl traffic for the foreseeable future, but at the moment, the primary concern is rescuing those who may have been caught on the bridge at the moment of impact. U.S. Transportation
Bridge is pretty well lit. There are some videos where people are pointing out that it looks like the ship may have had a catastrophic loss of power before colliding with the bridge. And we do know that the what they call a that is someone who is very experienced with bringing these cargo ships in and out of the port of Baltimore. So there shouldn't have been an issue of the person who was in control of the cargo ship not knowing where they were going. Usually it's after they get out of the port that then they release control over to the captain of the cargo ship as they then get underway for a longer journey. So that's going to be one of the things that they have to figure out here. We do know that they've been in contact with the crew. The crew, at last word, was still on board the cargo ship and in contact and communication with the Coast Guard. And then there'll be the question of the bridge itself. How did this happen? Was it just a force of nature? Was there something else at play here? From what we've heard from Maryland transportation officials, it does not appear that there is any indication of an intentional act. I did also look to see what is the status of this bridge, and it is not listed as one of Maryland's poor rated or structurally deficient bridges. They do have structural engineers here, as well as part of the Joint Task Force, the interagency team that is looking into all aspects of this. So we do expect to get an update from Governor Westmore momentarily. We are just seeing the media starting to gather, but we do not have an indication that that is imminent. Oh, although it was supposed to be at 9 this morning. We had also heard that there were some families here, and they, we believe, are in another location as
Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at the University of Michigan, joining us now live to discuss this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Hey, good morning, Josh. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, first off, I just want to get your initial thoughts when you see the images that show the bridge actually collapsing there into the water. As somebody who studies this type of thing, what went through your mind?
So this is, I mean, obviously from a human perspective, it is a horrific event. The human toll of this and the fear that it will instill in people, I understand is great, but you have to understand that this is an extremely rare event. Worldwide,
people not gonna want to ride on bridges,
happen
like how we gonna get to
on average a lot anywhere in the world. You know, about 1.5 to 2 years, every 1.5 to 2 years, something like this would happen. So it's extremely rare, and people have to keep that in mind. There are millions of bridges worldwide. Many of them cross waterways. So, yeah, so the human part of it aside, there is, of course, the technical part. This is a very rare event, and people should feel confidence in our infrastructure to, you know, in general.
I guess the question becomes, how can something like this happen when you're talking about the Key Bridge, which is, I mean, heavily traveled? It's a big bridge. It's well known. How does something like this happen? A ship crash into it and it all comes crashing down?
So the first big event that I think that really sparked how our bridges are designed happened in 1980. That was the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And that bridge collapsed as well due to a ship impact and led to changes in the provisions for how we design bridges. Now, that of course does not apply here because this bridge was built in 1974, well before those provisions occurred. So how this happened is that, at least from the videos, and the angle that I was looking at is a little awkward, but the structural system for the pier is an A-frame like this. And basically the ship apparently lost power and kind of veered into it, and then stopped at the front part of the pier system. Somehow the currents moved it, and basically the flare of the bow started to apply load to one of the columns. So the column started to collapse like that, and then the weight of the bridge pushed down the other column. So I believe that is how the process unfolded. The forces that are applied are very large. You have a ship maybe more than 100,000 deadweight tonnage, and I calculate just a quick back of the envelope calculation that the forces are in the range of about 10 million pounds.
How does an investigation into something like this work? I mean, I know it's very early on because the crew members are still on board that ship, so there's still a lot to figure out, and the search is underway for survivors. But how does an investigation work like this?
Well, there will be at least 2 investigations. One of them is probably a criminal or liability investigation. How could something like this occur? Was the pilot incapacitated? Did the ship lose power? What were the circumstances that led to the ship, you know, all the locations where it could have gone?
You just saw the ship lose power, so what do you mean?
And of course, there will be another investigation on a technical front of how did the ship, when it collided with the bridge, how did it lead to the collapse? How much specific force was applied? And when the pier failed, how did the structural system collapse in a subsequent way? I think that, you know, in disasters like this, there's always a silver lining. There's a lot of lessons that we can learn to make sure that they never happen again in the future. And so I believe that that will be one of the most important things that come out of an event like this.
You already said it's not something that happens very often. It's not very common. Have you ever seen anything of this magnitude when you talk about a ship crashing into a bridge and just bringing the whole thing down?
Yes, I mean, unfortunately, it has happened, like I mentioned, maybe 40 times in the past 60 years or so. Things like that happen. And, you know, looking back historically, one of the most fateful events or that caused the most loss of life happened in Russia when a ship that was overheight crashed into a bridge and it sheared off the top of a deck, which had a party in there. And hundreds of people essentially died at that event. So from a loss of life perspective, maybe this is not as bad, but the economic impact of this is going to be horrendous. I can't, you know, even envision to imagine how big that would be. So these things do happen, but again, they're extremely rare. And I think in this case, it was really unfortunate that, you know, that it was not built to the provisions that were developed later. But this is how our infrastructure is. As we learn more, we make it more resilient and we make it stronger and more resistant to events like this. But it's very hard to go back again and reinforce it.
And that was actually going to be my next question. I imagine when you do have an incident like this, it leads not investigators, but builders, engineers to essentially learn from it each time and make bridges, I don't know if you would say better, but kind of prevent situations like this from happening.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I think we would always learn from events like this. But in this situation, I think it's just the age of the bridge with respect to the current provisions. I believe the current provisions will be tested as people investigate and check into why did it collapse. If the bridge had been built to current provisions, would it have collapsed for this particular impact situation? I think that's one of the key questions that the investigators are going to answer. And if the answer is yes, it would have collapsed, then those provisions will change again to protect future bridges against events like this.
Sharif, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break all of this down, as this is a developing situation. So there is still a lot left to figure out. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
My heart goes out to the people affected by this. Yeah, that's all I can say. I also to the community too that will also be affected for this, probably for many months to come.
Definitely. All right. Well, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you very much.
And I do want to take you out to this live image that we do have over in Baltimore. You can see the microphones are set up and ready to go. We do know that really any moment now, we expect the governor to hold a news conference, likely with local officials there and other state officials. We're going to bring that to you in full right here on Live Now.
Then when you start to understand
every one of the 6.3 million Marylanders who call our state home. I recognize that many of us are hurting right now. So our city, our air assets, people who right now are working to save lives and are doing it because the state asked. And we will update the public as the work continues. To our partners inside and outside of government, I know this has been a long night. We started coordinating immediately after the Key Bridge collapsed. We've been standing together every you, not just colleagues, but I'm grateful to call you friends. And to the people of Baltimore and each and every one of the 6.3 million Marylanders who call our state home. I recognize that many of us are hurting right now. I recognize that many of us are scared right now. And so I want to be very clear about where everything stands. We are still investigating what happened, but we are quickly gathering details. The preliminary investigation points to an accident. We haven't seen any credible evidence of a terrorist attack. Our administration is working closely with leaders from all levels of government and society to respond to this crisis, and not but just by addressing the immediate aftermath, but also by building a state that is more resilient and a state that's more safe. That is our pledge, and that's our commitment, and we're going to keep that commitment. And lastly, to the victims of this tragedy and their loved ones, all of our hearts are broken. We feel your loss. We're thinking of you, and we will always be thinking of you. We pray for the construction workers who are on the Key Bridge, and we pray for everyone who has been touched by this tragedy and their families and all of their loved ones. But Maryland, we will get through this because that is the Maryland spirit, and that's what Maryland is made of. We are Maryland tough, and we are Baltimore strong. So in the face of heartbreak, we come together. We embrace one another, and we come back stronger. That's what we've always done. That's what we'll continue to do. And that's what we're going to get done together. And we're going to pray for Baltimore. And I'd like to turn this over to Senator Van Hollen, who's done a remarkable job in our fellow delegation in providing support. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Governor. As the governor said, we come together. We come together in Baltimore. We come together in Maryland. First of all, our hearts go out to all those who are on the bridge and their loved ones. We pray for them. Our gratitude goes out to the first responders who, as we speak, are out there continuing to conduct search and rescue operations. I want to thank the governor, the mayor, county executive, all the people gathered here as part of Team Baltimore and Team Maryland. And the federal government is with them as a partner. The Coast Guard, as we speak, is also part of this mission. Coast Guard cutters, Coast Guard aviation assets. I spoke twice today with Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg has pledged that they will do everything they can to very quickly release emergency response funds for this important project. The National Highway Transportation Administrator is on his way to Baltimore if he's not here already. They will be releasing those early funds once all the parties are fully engaged. Second, the National Transportation Safety Board. I talked to the chair this morning. She and her team will be conducting an investigation of what happened. And finally, the Army Corps of Engineers, naval assets for looking below the surface and clearing. All of this is going to be part of the effort. The governor is leading Team Maryland. The mayor and the county executive, of course, Team
Welcome,
Baltimore.
Melissa Smith. Thank
But I'm just
you
here to
for
say,
joining us.
Together with Ben Cardin, Senator Cardin, and Congressman Fume and others, the federal government is your partner in this effort. Thank you. And again, to the people of our state and the people of this great city, we're with you. We love you. We will get through this together. Thank you, Governor.
Good morning again, Paul Wiedefeld, Secretary of Transportation. Just a few updates since our meeting this morning. The crew that was out there working was basically repairing potholes. Just so you understand, that had nothing to do with a structural issue at all in the facility. At this time, one person has been rescued, and so far, and our efforts continue in terms of that. Engineers are on site right now, determining both some of the structural issues, obviously some of the debris field, and we'll start to work that, but we'll work hand in hand with the NTSB before we take any further action in that area. With that, I did want to introduce the FBI for a few comments as well.
Hello, my name is Bill Del Bagno. I'm the special agent in charge of the Baltimore field office. First and foremost, I want to say that our hearts go out to everyone that is impacted by this tragedy, especially the victims and their families. On behalf of the FBI, I would like to say that we are with you, we're with Baltimore, and we're with the partners every step of the way. The FBI When very first looking at and assessing this matter from an investigative standpoint, I want to be clear that there is no specific or credible information to suggest that there are ties to terrorism in this incident. The FBI has been part of this response from the beginning. We came within 1 hour to the command post and quickly lashed up with our very strong partners all along the way. We will bring whatever resources that the FBI has to bear. We've already brought our crisis response, our victim services, and just recently, our underwater search evidence recovery teams are on site. And we will continue to provide all those resources as long as it takes. And as the investigation goes on, we will take it to its logical conclusion along with our partners. To the people of Baltimore, to the public, I ask you to be patient as we go through this and as information becomes available to us. And lastly, I want to say thank you. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to everyone who in the FBI and counts on the FBI. We will always bring what we need to the people of Baltimore, and we are with you. I'd next like to introduce the Coast Guard.
Good morning. The Coast Guard is still actively searching at this time. We are using response boat crews from 2 of our local Coast Guard stations, one of our helo crews from Air Station Atlantic City, and also one of our cutter crews on one of our 87-foot patrol boats. We will continue to work with our local, state, and federal partners during this tragedy. Thank you.
We'll take some
Governor,
questions. We're going to start from this side. We're going to start from this side.
As far as you are aware, was the collapse of that bridge inevitable as that ship hit that part of the bridge?
No, we're still in the process of investigating exactly what happened. So we don't have any further details about whether or not it was inevitable or not.
But no structural issue with the bridge?
No, there was. In fact, the bridge was actually fully up to code, so we have no further information about what happened during that time.
Any idea how many victims we're looking for?
Now stop completely, and do you have any estimate very early on as to how long it will be before shipping can resume to the Port of Baltimore?
Yeah, we don't have any estimates on timeline because right now our exclusive focus is on saving lives. Our exclusive focus is on search and rescue.
Everyone else is on the victims. Any amount of victims that we're looking for right now.
For the number, because we heard, I know Mr. Wiedefeld said one had been rescued, but earlier from Baltimore we heard that 2 have been rescued. Can you tell us the total numbers we're talking about that maybe that you're searching for, and how many have been rescued?
Well,
There are 8 individuals. 6 are being searched for right now. 1 is was taken to the hospital, and 1 is not in the hospital that we're speaking to.
So 6 unaccounted for.
Yes.
And does that involve individuals that may have been in vehicles that were underwater? We know.
We believe it's a construction crew only.
Okay, so we don't think there's anyone in vehicles.
No, we do not believe so.
Okay, we'll take questions right here. Take this question here.
Governor, 2 questions. How quickly did you find out about what happened here, and what was your reaction when you heard the scale of what just occurred at that bridge earlier today?
Well, I think it was probably within minutes of everything, less than an hour, when I know that my phone first rang. And, first from the mayor of Baltimore and also from our chief of staff. And it was, we know the Key Bridge. I've ridden over the Key Bridge countless times. So many of us know the Key Bridge because it is our normal commute. This is a place that is a normal commute route for over 30,000 Marylanders every single day. And so to hear the words that the Key Bridge has collapsed, it's shocking and heartbreaking. And immediately the first thought and the first ideas go back to what happened to the people, what was the impact on human life. But for every single one of us who are Marylanders, the words that the Key Bridge is gone, it still shakes us, because for 47 years, that's all we've known. And so this is not just unprecedented from what we're seeing and what we're looking at today. It's heartbreaking.
Governor, can you confirm that the crew on the ship alerted authorities that it lost propulsion and was in trouble?
We can confirm that the crew notified authorities of a power issue. Yes.
And that they had lost power on the ship.
Yes.
Was there any effort to shut down the bridge? We're going to take the question right here first. Sorry,
Total of 8. Excuse me. A total of 8. 1 rescued in hospital. 1 not in hospital, but it is we've communicated with that person, and then 6 that we are searching for.
And all construction workers working on the pothole? Were all 8 of them?
Yes, they were all related to the construction project.
Right, so
Yes.
we heard that multiple vehicles went into the water. Any word on how many vehicles went into the water and the condition of those people that were in the vehicle?
Not at this time.
All right, we're going to shift over here. Was there any way to shut down the bridge? Was there enough time for that distress call to trigger something like that?
Now, the thing that we know is that even as the boat was coming in, we had a ship that was coming in at 8 knots, so coming in at a very rapid speed. We do know that the investigation is currently going on, but I have to say I'm thankful for the folks who once the warning came up and once notification came up that there was a mayday, who literally by being able to stop cars from coming over the bridge, these people are heroes. They saved lives last night.
Governor, the focus is on rescue now and humanity.
Yeah.
But looking forward, is there any vision for how long it could possibly take to remove the wreckage, build, how it could possibly be done? Can you look into the future at all at this point?
This is going to be a long-term build. It's going to be a build that's going to require every facet and every aspect of our society. It is something that I can tell you, we are going to get this done. We are going to make sure that this is not just rebuilt, but that we are going to rebuild in a way that remembers the people who this tragedy has impacted, and also do it in a way that honors the community that it serves. But right now, I could not give you any form of estimate on timing or cost. Right now, my and all of our exclusive focus is we're just trying to save lives.
Can the mayor talk on the state of emergency locally, please?
Yes, thank you. Listen, we know the governor issued a state of emergency, but we at the local level felt the need to do that too, because there may be some things that we have to encumber with our fire department and other agencies that we'll be able to pull down support for as we all work together, again, as we're focused right now on saving lives and working through this unspeakable tragedy.
In the interim, I know that there's obviously the focus is on the rescue and the recovery, but this is such an important thoroughfare here in Baltimore. For drivers, people trying to get around, how are they going to be able to manage while that is also going on?
Yeah, so we've also already been in touch with people about alternative routes and ways people can navigate now that this tragedy has happened. I don't know, Secretary, if you want to speak to that as well.
Just to give you a sense of scale, roughly about 35,000 people a day use that facility. About double that use the Harbor Tunnel, and double that again use the Fort McHenry Tunnel. So basically, we have those 2 other options. We'll make sure that we have as much personnel out there to deal with any incidents, because as you know, that can cause the backups very quickly. And we will basically put out a lot of communication on different alternatives. We're also looking at transit alternatives as well.
What role will the legislature play in this response? What role will the legislature play in this response? Are there any policies, any state funding that's going to be freed up in the coming weeks?
Oh yeah, no. So we are in fact, we have our Senate President here. We have members of the legislature here. The legislature is going to have a role in all of this, as will our local elected officials, as will state officials, as will the federal government. Everybody is going to have a role in terms of how we think about the rebuild.
Governor, how long do you expect shipping to be closed down through the port? Do you have any estimate in terms of the port here?
We don't at this point.
But
we
no
don't at this
ships
point.
are going in or out at this time.
Correct. Yeah, we don't have an estimate on timeline as of yet. Our focus really is right now.
Yes, Melissa, Mombay is also me.
Did that person die in the hospital? Are they able to get out at all or no?
I'm sorry, say it again.
the ships that are the vessels that are currently docked at the port, are they able to get out or no?
The one that's captured under the is that
still at port?
Oh yes, that one's still at port. Yes.
We'll take one last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the ship being guided out by tugs, firstly? And secondly, did you just say that it issued a mayday in enough time that you were able to stop all traffic from entering both sides, so that the only casualties we expect are the workers on the bridge?
Yes, ma'am. So the investigation is still going on. So we're going to have all the full details and also all the full details about the timeline and the TikTok that took place. But we're thankful that between the Mayday and the collapse that we had officials who were able to begin to stop the flow of traffic. So more cars were not up on the bridge. And I can.
There were some on the bridge or not? Were there any?
Well, during the collapse.
Yeah, were there some on the bridge? There have been reports that have been sonar that have detected vehicles at the bottom of the water. So as well as the 8 people, there could still be people trapped inside or potentially have died in vehicles. Is that correct?
I think, well, the investigation is still going on to find out exactly how many people in what situation. But the thing that we do know is that many of the vehicles were stopped before they got onto the bridge, which saved lives in a very, very heroic way.
So
Thank you all very much. Thank you. We'll have another update later. Thank you.
This is a huge detail. We don't know how many vehicles
David,
are on the
any thought on
bridge,
time?
basically.
Thank you all.
That's a huge
Excuse me, sir. Chris speaking. Hey, Joe.
All right, so you can see that the press conference with officials from Maryland, including the governor, as well as a spokesperson for the FBI, that has now concluded. And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I do want to recap the very latest hearing from the governor of Maryland, Governor Moore, as well as the FBI. According to the governor, there was a Mayday call made as the ship was about to collide with the bridge. And it was the ensuing quick response that he says really saved lives. He was just very thankful for the response during this emergency and also following it. Someone on the ship, he says, called out a Mayday. And because of that, crews were actually able to slow down and stop vehicles from going onto the bridge, preventing likely the loss of even more lives. The FBI also speaking very briefly at this time, there is no indication that terrorism was involved in this catastrophic event. And again, rescue teams are continuing to search for any survivors. Of course, this after the large container ship smashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing it to collapse. All of this happening at around 1:30 this morning. And you are taking a live look at the cargo ship, the container ship involved in this emergency situation, as well as the bridge that has since collapsed. And again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox at 10:14 Eastern, 7:14 Pacific, we do want to give you the very latest out of Baltimore. Again, Baltimore officials, as well as other agencies, are now responding and dealing with what a spokesperson for the Baltimore City Fire Department has called a, quote, mass casualty multi-agency event following a large cargo ship, container ship, smashing into the Francis Scott Key Bridge at around 1:30 this morning. As many as 20 people could be in the river with at least 7 vehicles. And in the latest update, we did hear that at least one person was rescued from that incident, that 2 survivors in all were rescued, one, though, in very serious condition. And again, as we saw during that news conference, the FBI was on the scene, but terrorism is not suspected. We also heard from the Maryland Transportation Secretary saying there was a crew working on the bridge doing concrete deck repair at the time of the collapse. He said officials are now investigating exactly how many workers were there. And we were also hearing some questions and answers with the media. One, of course, asking, this is a very very major thoroughfare when it comes to transportation. And we heard from the mayor of Baltimore, who said that officials have already been in touch with a number of different agencies to discuss alternate routes, as again, the recovery effort, the repair effort will likely take months, possibly even years, before this bridge is again fully operational. I do want to bring in Mark Herrera, who is the Director of Safety and Security for the International Association of Venue Managers and also represents the Department of Homeland Security Office of Infrastructure Protection, to talk more about this. Mark, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Thank you, Stephanie, for having me. An unfortunate situation that took place. Obviously, I wish we could guarantee zero risk, but that's not the case. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, we are taking a live picture out of Baltimore, Maryland, as the container
I'll see
ship
how my mama
remains
do this
there
going
in
to
the
get the lid
river.
from school.
And we can see the collapse of the bridge. Your background is emergency response and emergency preparedness. All of this unfolding at 1:30 in the morning in the dark. When it comes to the immediate response for an emergency situation such as this, what is the standard protocol and procedure?
That's the $1 million question. There is a procedure, there is a process. An investigation into a bridge collapse, Stephanie, involving a cargo ship. In this case, involves multi steps and to determine what was that root cause of the collapse. But overall, the investigation into the bridge collapse is going to involve this cargo ship. The multidisciplinary approach is to uncover a few things, and that is determining the structural engineering of the bridge, determining maritime operations, the human factors that may have been involved, and also the regulatory compliance as it pertains to managing the ship and also the structural design of that particular bridge or the structure. So the ultimate goal here is simply to identify the root cause of the collapse and implement measures to prevent these similar tragedies from happening. But first thing is the site assessment and to determine what actually happened at that given moment. Was it a malfunction? Was it human error? In this case, I think that it seems like it's leaning towards a non-terroristic threat or action. So that's what they're looking at initially upon the commencement of this investigation.
So I would imagine that would assume, of course, on-site surveys and examination. It would also involve conducting interviews. When it comes to cargo ships such as this, are there black boxes, so to speak, on the cargo ship? Are there recording devices that these crews could utilize to really help further understand what happened?
Yeah, no, that is a good question. Obviously, data collection is critical, and that's typically what those black boxes are used for. On the ships, though, the way they're going to gather information is they're going to take a look at the condition of the ship. They're going to look at the ship's logs, any bridge and maintenance, not just the ship alone, to determine this. So there is going to be record collecting and data collecting, specifically coming from the ship itself, to determine if there was anything that may be able to guide this investigation as to what happened and that root cause.
And again, right now, we don't know if it was human error, if there was some technological failure. But when you're in a situation like this and you're trying to make that determination, how long of a process might this take?
You can't really set a timeline to it. Obviously, an investigation like this is going to be expedited because people want answers immediately. And I think that the most important thing is there's two things. There's two components that they'll look at. Was there human error? Was there mechanical issues or concerns with the ship that caused it to malfunction, or maybe the reduction in propulsion? That's a possibility. And also, going into obviously the bridge, how is it structured, right? So engineers are going to be able to examine the bridge's design, the construction, and the maintenance history of it as well. Should it have held up to an impact of a ship of that magnitude, right? So they're going to look at all the structural vulnerabilities, not only the ship. And investigation also is going to involve the cargo, right? The cargo that was involved, the site, the size, the weight, and again, they're really going to dive deep into the maintenance records of that particular ship.
Absolutely. And you did mention, because we do know that there was a crew working on concrete deck repair at the time of the collapse. And what was so just stunning, and again, this is why people really had to make sure that this actually happened, was the fact that the entire bridge collapsed almost like dominoes. It just wasn't a portion of the bridge. And that's really what was so incredible about all of this. And we did hear from the governor of Maryland saying that at this time it does appear that the ship was going at perhaps a higher rate of speed. But again, taking a look at all of those factors, and could it be, maybe both human error as well as structural or technology failure?
It's very possible, Stephanie. And one of the things that they could also utilize as part of this investigation is the simulation and modeling, right? So using computer simulations and modeling to kind of recreate the event and the dynamics of the collision and the collapse. That always aids during the investigation. So that is another part of the investigation. But the most important thing right now is obviously the recovery of any other persons that might be at the bottom of this thing, and that's where the sonar and the technology comes into place to identify what is it below the surface of the water at this point, how many vehicles, etc. The most important thing right now is the rescue efforts, the comforting and assisting the families of those that were involved or a part of this.
And of course, time is of an essence when it comes to such efforts. We're talking about a body of water with a temperature of 47 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a major factor. And also, again, this happened at 1:30 at night, and it was incredibly dark. I would have to imagine that's an enormous challenge for rescue teams.
There's pros and cons to the time of occurrence, right? The pros is that you had limited traffic on the bridge. That's a win. The con is that those that may have lost their lives or were subjected to this, it could delay a little bit because of the darkness and the fact that you're having to deploy emergency management teams out there in the wee hours of the morning to start the investigation and the research and the recovery efforts. So that makes it more of a challenge for them as opposed to being during the day. But they have the technology, Stephanie, and the equipment to manage that effectively.
Absolutely. And let's talk about where this is all taking place, because, again, this is in a body of water. And I would have to imagine that also changes how one takes a look at and handles the rescue efforts. When you're talking about a large body of water, it's about, possibly 50 feet deep. You're talking about heavy currents. How does that play into all of this?
It plays a big part because you're going to have to you're going to have to actually formulate certain calculations to determine the flow rate of that particular body of water, the weight of anything that may have submerged itself into the water, and how far could it have possibly traveled based on the currents and also the cold weather temperature that obviously at 46, 47 degrees is going to affect those that may have been subjected to those cold elements. So there's a lot of factors that go into determining, in especially during the dark time, as to where those vehicles and persons could be. Some of which may have been able to escape, but again, if you've got currents, they're not going to be directly underneath the bridge potentially. So rescue efforts have to go beyond the scope of just the immediate area, if that makes sense.
And again, when we're talking about these rescue efforts, time is of the essence. This happened at 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. It's now 10:24 Eastern time. When it goes from search and rescue to recovery, what does that time frame look like, and what factors are involved when making that assessment?
A lot of factors go into place. The deployment of personnel, first of all, you've got to get the personnel there. You've got to get the proper equipment there to assist in those efforts. So you have to have those rescue teams. That's where it's a multi-jurisdictional approach to mitigate, to identifying, to utilizing the search and rescue efforts and the technology needed to identify where, the vehicles and or those that were subjected to this could be. So there's a lot that goes in there. There's a lot of challenges because of the weather, as I mentioned before, the weather and the water and the current. Lots of things that go into place. But fortunately, the technology is the one thing with the sonar capabilities that's definitely going to assist and help.
And again, you were mentioning that this is a multi-agency effort. We know that a number of different agencies, both state and federal, are helping in this effort. How important and what kind of communication is that? Because it's so important to have an open and very clear line of communication when it comes to coordinating such a massive effort.
You have to have a very solid, unified command presence, right? It's critical that all the agencies come together. There is going to be that point where they all determine and discuss what their roles and responsibilities are in regards to the search and recovery and the entire investigation, so that there's complementary investigation throughout this entire process, and there's no crossover. You don't want to do that because that creates time delay. So it's important that they all know their roles.
Mark, is there anything from your expertise and your background that really stood out to you when it came to not just the emergency itself, but how the response unfolded?
You know, with limited information, Stephanie, the only thing I can say is it appears that there was a response. How quickly it was, I don't know that timeline, but I do know that you know, everyone's going to follow their investigative protocols. All of the emergency management teams, they're going to be communicating this information as they receive the information, so that they can apprise the public of what they are uncovering. Again, they're going to evaluate a lot of things, not only just the scene, but also those folks that were part of the actual ship. They're going to evaluate the training and qualifications of all those crew members as well. So many factors go into this, but I can't think of anything else, Stephanie.
And I would have to imagine, Mark, that of course a number of other ports are taking a very close look at this emergency situation. When it comes to other areas that have similar transportation and such large container ships, what are these ports and the officials there now taking a look at when it comes to their own procedures and their own safety measures?
What they're going to take back out of this is they're going to once they conduct a root cause analysis of what transpired in Baltimore with this particular ship and this bridge, they're going to be able to take back and identify what those concerns were. Was it mechanical error? Was it human error? And how can they prevent that? Right. So with all that, that's going to go back into the planning process to prevent these things from happening, to include the type of cargo that they're carrying, because keep in mind that the collapse of a bridge could have affected that cargo. And depending on what they're carrying, that could actually spill into the actual river itself. And that's another hazard. So looking at the cargo, looking at how they can best navigate these ships underneath these structures is going to be something that's going to be learned based on the investigation and the outcome and determination of what actually transpired here. And they'll determine that.
And again, we just heard from the governor of Maryland, as well as a spokesperson for the FBI. We heard from the mayor of Baltimore. And again, this is breaking news. This is a very fluid situation. Details right now, information limited. But when you were listening to what that news conference, what came out of that news conference, anything that stood out to you that was said or that was not said?
The things that really stood out is that everyone's coming together to try to, number one, conduct a very thorough and methodical search and recovery efforts. That's the most important thing right now. And then following that is going to be obviously the site examination, right? Determining the point of impact, the reason for the impact, and the reason the ship may have suffered a mechanical issue or a human error that was involved. So I think they're on the right track, Stephanie.
And again, we are taking a live look at this cargo ship as it is still there in the river in Baltimore. You can see the bridge collapse. Obviously, this is a very precarious, very delicate situation. How long might that ship remain in this position before they eventually start removing it and start their recovery process? Or is that really unknown at this time?
It's really unknown, Stephanie, but it's going to take as long. Typically when you have an accident like this, they're going to keep the ship or the item that was the catalyst behind it there until the investigation is completed, right? So you're going to have federal agencies that are going to come in to conduct these investigations. You don't want to move the ship because there's a lot of potentially critical evidence that would determine what happened with the ship in its current position as it sits right there. So you don't want to move it immediately. You want to keep it right there. So to determine the amount of time is really unknown, but they'll keep it there as long as they can and as long as it doesn't present a hazard based on the cargo that's being carried, because that's another thing that needs to be considered.
Absolutely. Mark Herrera, an expert of emergency preparedness. Thank you so much for taking the time and speaking with us on this developing and breaking news. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you for what you do as well.
Absolutely. And we do want to give you another look at this area right here. And again, you are taking a live look as you can see that cargo ship. And again, officials providing an update following that bridge collapse as search efforts continue after this cargo ship that you see right there ran into the Francis Scott Key Bridge at around 1:30 this morning. And again, causing that catastrophe right there. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll be back with more of this breaking news.
Okay, guys, we are back. They break for a minute, so I'm not sure if they're gonna come. Well, they're gonna come back with an update because, like you said, you heard that was at like 11 something this morning. It is now 2:20 Central, so it's 3:20 Eastern. So I'm sure they have some further updates. But I'm not at home at the moment. I'm picking up Jalea from school, and then I'll be. And so right now we're waiting to get Janelle and Journey. But I have my camera off because I am driving back to the school. I had to stop and get me some food because, honey, I be so wrapped up in these cases and stuff where I don't even be eating, and that's not good. I feel like I be fasting. Cause it's like if I have my coffee, I'm good. Like yesterday, helping with the Sebastian Rogers case, I did not eat. I didn't eat until we ate at night, which was after 8:30 p.m. And then when I think about it, I didn't even eat. I put my food in the refrigerator. I can't be doing that, y'all. But I'm gonna cut my camera back on in just a second when we pull back up at the school. I went and got me a Whopper Junior from Burger King. They have them 2 for $5, so I went and got me one. We done passed the school. It's running my mouth. But yes, y'all. So while we having a break from Fox News, I can talk to you guys about what I don't know any updates. We're going back to the school. We're going to the school. I don't know any updates as far as with Riley's parents, if when they're having the funeral for him and all that type of stuff. I am going to get an update on that because some of you may know, because I do have a lot of new subscribers in here that have been following me with the Riley Strain case, finding me through other true crime content creators. So I really appreciate all you new subscribers. If you guys have not paid attention, we have grown over 700 subscribers in the past week due to my Raleigh Strain coverage, my own location coverage, my coverage actually helping search for him, trying to figure out like what happened. And because it seemed like law enforcement, which we're going to call LE, and if you don't know what LE means and type it in the chat, we'll let you know, but we're going to consider them LE. I feel like they dropped the ball and they really didn't do the search. I feel like the people, the content creators, the bloggers, the street investigators is who solved the crime, because he was found near a barge in the river. Near a barge in the river. Yes, that press conference with the parents was heartbreaking, especially his mom. She broke my heart. Are y'all going to are y'all eating your ice cream, or y'all going to okay, y'all can eat your ice cream first. I got the kiddos ice cream, especially Shiloh, because Shiloh had to get some silver teeth in his mouth today, you guys. So he didn't go to school today. He had to get sedated with anesthesia. He's just not really up now. As you guys can see, he's been asleep. Who they're talking about is done. Who's done? But so now, so since that has happened, that also brought a lot of attention to people here in Nashville about the Sebastian Rogers case, who was a 15-year-old autistic boy who has been missing in Hendersonville, Tennessee since February the 26th. It seemed like I was on it late. I did remember when the Amber Alert went out for him, and I was trying to, keep up with it, but I was figuring, he would be found, soon. But here we are coming up on a full month almost. Well, it is a month, the 26th, and he has not been found. So I feel like the public is doing more searches than the actual mom and the stepdad. His dad, Seth Rogers, has been out there every day searching for his son, y'all, every day. This man is not a small man at that. He does have weight on him, but he has been out there searching abandoned building. Like, y'all, he has been really out there searching, for his son or whatever, and won't stop. So the other day, they hit at our Rockland Park, which you can check out my footage on that, because I did go live yesterday with that. That the dogs hit on something over there. So I heard Cajun Navy, who was the people that was supposed to have helped with Riley, but come to find out they didn't, and I'm gonna fill y'all in on that. They said that the dogs didn't hit on anything over there, that it was a dead homeless person over there. Now, as I do know, I did see a picture of a bag of bones on Clue Manati's page, like on her phone. She showed me her phone. So I did see a bag of bones. So I don't know if that's what they're saying the dog hit on that was in the hole, or what. Because I also showed a picture of the hole on my on the live yesterday as well, when I was hanging with CJ Concepts, True Crimes Concepts podcast, and I was also hanging out with Clue Manati. I also met Dolly True Podcast. He gave me one of his ink pens. He's a big true caster, true crimester. And I hung with quite a few people or whatever. So, okay, the police verified there was nobody found. Special needs of 3. Okay, I at least knew it probably wasn't going to be a body found. But right, they dogs not even trained, talking about they don't want the public help or whatever to distract their dogs, they canines. If they train canines and they on a scent, nothing that you do can take them off their scent, as long as they still following the scent. So wow, we haven't even talked about the P. Diddy yet. I put that in this title, but we may not even talk about it, because we still have so much to cover about the Baltimore bridge collapse. But yes, they called off the searches today, allegedly due to bad weather, but it's sunny out here right now. I don't know if Seth Dad did his own thing. If I was aware of a search, I would have went out to help. I've actually extended my car rental for 2 more days just to help with the search. Yes, I am in a rental. My car needs an engine. No, we're not begging for donations and cash ups, nothing like that. But if we do have donors that would like to, support our channel, our journey, you guys will do that. But if not, we still going to be here. Did we see the semi on the bridge? I don't know if I saw a semi, but I did watch that video quite a few times. I'm not sure if I actually saw a semi. So back to the Sebastian Rogers case. So, like I said, yesterday I was out searching with some people and hanging out flyers. Here's some flyers that I have left. Well, actually, I had my daughter's school make me some flyers. So they printed me out some flyers yesterday. So I have those. I hung up a flyer actually at the Hendersonville Striking Spear, which was one of the last locations that he was with his mom. And one thing that I noticed while in there is that what? And one thing that I noticed while I was inside the Striking Spear is a lot of the people in what's the name? Go on. I'm coming. Julia, you going with him? You finished your ice cream?
He didn't eat it yet.
You didn't eat his yet? One thing I can say is, wait a minute. They have a lot of, and it's good that they, are hiring these types of kids, but they have mentally challenged kids working in there. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. They need to, have jobs and be able to live a life as well. But I noticed two of the kids that I talked to, that I asked could I hand out flyers, definitely had some type of mental challenge. Maybe he connected with those kids in there, maybe. Because when I showed them the flyers, he was like, yeah, that's sad. It's like, yeah, we heard about that. And I mean, I just know. You go on and see it. I'm sitting right here right now. You want me to open your ice cream? I'm coming. Do you want to open your ice cream? I just told you to go. Get your spoon. Where your spoon at? Where your spoon? Julia, where your spoon?
He gave it to you.
Oh, I got it. Here. Give me your thing. Give me this. Special needs mom say, hey, Shallow. Say hey. Yeah, y'all. He was out of it earlier. I didn't go live or nothing, of course. I took a little quick video of him and put it on my Facebook story, but I didn't go live. Daddy had took him this morning because I had to bring the kiddos to school. So Daddy took him, and then we tag team, and then I went with Shiloh, and he left. And then once Shiloh was sleepy, then I had to leave. They wouldn't allow me to stay in there. I really wish I was allowed to stay in there with my baby. But yeah, we're gonna talk about the Diddy raid probably when I get home, or I may do another video. Y'all can let me know. It depends on how long this video is gonna be. But put it down. You want your French fries? But the kids want to go move it. The kids want to go hand out flyers. They was asking yesterday. Should we go hand out flyers? I may go in there ask the principal to print me out some more. On one of the teachers, or one of the office administrators printed me out some yesterday. Clue is going live in 30 minutes. She's, ooh, what's she mad about? Wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. What's wrong with Clue? Special needs mom. Let me get my other phone. Cause is Melissa still here? Special needs mom. Do you know Melissa? Julia.
Mama, ice cream not hard.
Well, go on in there, ma'am, because I'm not coming.
Mama, ice cream not hard.
No, ice cream is soft and cold.
I can't open the door.
Go. Go. Ain't no cars coming. Go. But you're not crossing the street anymore. But you still for that cross the parking. Well, scoot it closer to you. Let's see. Hey, Melissa. Shiloh, stop making a mess now. Here. There you go. Yeah, I understand your hand-eye coordination may be a little off. It's good. I can only do this from YouTube. Can we so buy muffins? We have to go to the store first, son. I want to know. Oh, yes, I want to talk to y'all about the Cajun Navy. So, y'all, they are scammers and frauds. They called the police on JLR, and he wasn't doing nothing. And I done seen a whole lot of bad reports about them, even from other Cajun Navies, because all the Cajun Navies is not the same. But the United Cajun Navy, y'all, we need to watch out for them. Them people are scammers. I signed up to help them search for Sebastian. I'm finna take my information off because I don't need them trying to email me, scamming me out of money for people that they really not out there looking for. Because why would they call off the search? It looks sunny outside. To me, it's pretty sunny. Yes, it rained a little bit this morning, but that was it. I knew it wasn't gonna be a lot of rain. It even said minor rain, slight rain just in the early mornings. Oh, sure. Cause shout out to JLR. He, shouted out me to his, subscribers. He has over 180,000 subscribers, and he has definitely sent a lot of support my way, and I definitely appreciate him for all that. Because, like I said, last week when I first started, before I started covering the Raleigh strain, going out in the field, I had 2,700 and maybe 75 subscribers. We are now at. Yes, that's fine. Take care of my baby first. We are now at 3,344 subscribers in less than a week. Oh, that's what I was looking for. To do something for Michelle. 344 subscribers. Oh, that's what I was looking for. To do something for Michelle. 344 subscribers. Something for Michelle. Mama. I got my toothbrush down. You didn't get no. You didn't get no. Right. That's the same thing I said, Melissa. They got 5 whole score cards out there for JR. But why the 5 score cards went out there looking for Sebastian? Like, our world is. You got silver teeth. Y'all cutting on subscribers mode for a minute. Just to see something real quick. I was just testing something out. I never knew how to do it. Okay, Michelle, type something real quick. I want to see if I did it. So give me my ice cream. I turned it off. I turned off subscribers mode. Mama, you like our fries? Yeah. Get your chicken nuggets first. The fries is really for him. The chicken nuggets is for you. I love my ice cream. There she go. There you go, Michelle. That's what I was looking for. And thank you for becoming a member. And right now we have over 40 plus missing children in Tennessee from February of 2022 to now. And those are just the ones that have been reported or or that are on the TBI website.
I drank this, Shallow. I'm gonna action.
Now, you don't eat the chicken nuggets after that because I told you the French fries are for him. He don't want to eat them.
Oh?
Yes, ma'am. He hasn't eaten nothing all day. He's been at home. You know, he's been at the dentist. You got to eat soft stuff, ma'am. You ate breakfast at school. You ate lunch at school. And you ate a snack at school. Now, when we get home, you can get a snack. But these French fries, ma'am, you're not going to eat them all from him, okay?
But when I go to the dentist,
But you go to the dentist tomorrow, guess what? What? We're going to get you some. And then he can't eat them all from you. Are you happy? All right. Yeah, I'm talking to my daughter. They a mess. I thought y'all was going. You want some? You gotta eat it soft, okay? Eat it slow. I mean, it's soft. You just eat it on. Let me show you something. Here. I'm gonna eat it on this side, okay? Chew the chicken nugget on this side, okay? On this side, okay? Not over there. Put your silver teeth. Yeah, this side. Ain't no silver teeth over there. They're over there. So don't chew it over there. Okay. Yes, please let me know, special needs mom, what's going on when Clue go live at 3. Do y'all know
hit the 3 dots.
No, they don't have to hit the 3 dots, baby, because we live on StreamYard. Okay. So you just tell them just hit the like button.
Hit the like button.
Hit the share button. So hit the share.
Hit the share button.
Hit the subscribe.
Hit the subscribe.
And what else?
Hit the 3.
No, hit the what?
Like button.
No, hit the what?
Comment.
What Queen Regina say?
Hit the Jesus in the head.
No. That's not what she say. What does Queen Regina say?
Hit the cash up. Hit the cash up.
He said hit the cash up because he can barely talk, y'all. But y'all heard him. We are going to report and investigate all these predators and those that support the CP ring. Oh, man. Miss Melissa, I can put you in here on this sector that I'm in, the so-called beef Kwame Brown sector. I didn't even want to mention his name, but that's the only time I'm gonna mention it. Because we got some predators over here. We have a man that was on the whole sex offender list for 18 years that's been harassing me for over 2 years. And other ex-NBA players with over 500,000 subscribers or almost there would just allow this and allow these people on his platform with these types of backgrounds. But the minute you disagree with one thing he say, you getting cussed out and getting called scam mom and getting called a scarecrow bitch. Yeah, excuse my language. I didn't mean to say that, but yeah. Because you don't want to be friends with his pedo friends. Because you don't want to be cool with him. Yes. Yeah, I got it. Because you don't want to be cool with him allowing his cousin that's homosexual, which nothing wrong with you being a homosexual. Do what you do in your own home, but don't try to influence my child. Come on with blue hair on Mother's Day, asking you when you gonna help the government create a pill for him to become pregnant. And instead of you addressing it, because you like to address Lil Nas X swinging down the pole to the devil, you like to address Dwayne Wade and Gabriel Union and what they allowed his daughter Zaya or Zion or whatever the name is. You like to talk about everything else that everybody else got going on, but the moment that your own family member said when you was gonna help them, after he done called every woman on there a H and a B and a all other kind of word, then he asked you when you gonna help them develop a pill for him to get pregnant, and you laughed instead of saying, "Oh, whoa, what you talking about?" No, cause I love you, but we ain't doing it over here. You didn't do that. You didn't do that, but you want to know why us mothers ran away. That's why I ran. I even still tried to be over there, be a moderator. Just was like, I just won't speak to these people in here that's still rocking with this person. And then you claim you wasn't rocking with the person because I read text messages from Queen Regina community wall that clearly said, "Oh, Melissa, I didn't read the affidavit, but I do have it, and I was gonna do it, but I thought it had died off. But with so much other stuff going on, oh, we definitely reading the affidavit. I'm definitely reading it, and I love to read too. Yeah, we definitely gonna read them whole 35 pages and all the redacted pages and all that. But yeah, Melissa Smith, yes, ex-NBA #1 draft pick. You can look him up. You'll know if you type that in. You gonna know who I'm talking about. Like crazy. Like you told her, oh, that person's no longer allowed on my platform. I don't support that. Person been on the platform ever since. Person still a moderator. At that, the whole Virginia sex offender state trooper department contacted me, asked me to send them the harassing stuff that Biz 101 pedo was talking about. I should be ashamed. I'm a mother being over here supporting another guy because he was 17, because he was 23 messing with a 17-year-old, even though they didn't have a sexual type of relationship until she became 18. Do I agree with those ages? No, but there is something also called the Romeo and Juliet law. So you may not agree, but in Georgia, the law is 16 to be legal as far as that. So if you got a problem with your law in your state, then guess what? You need to change that. And if you're not trying to go change the law, but you just want to rah about what somebody else doing, then just keep your mouth shut. Because I didn't agree with that, but we still agreed to disagree, and we still been cool ever since. Shout out to Ears to the Street. Just wanted to say that. But I'm not gonna be harassed and you okay? Rinse your leg off and be clicked up, huh? And put like I'm in a cult. Right. And put like I'm in a cult because I don't agree. I thought we were grown adults. Even children know how to agree to disagree and move on. Why can't adults do that? Why can't, if I don't agree with something you say, I can just not agree with it, and then on your next subject I may agree with you. I don't start attacking you and disparaging you and lying on you and your business and taking money out of your children's mouths because you have your cult coming attacking me and leaving disparaging messages even on my videos of my children. You had somebody create a whole fake account and put my video on their page talking about, look at her carpet. A whole ex-NBA player talking about a mom of 6 carpets, sir. You was a whole millionaire. How about you come replace my carpet? How about that? Instead of talking about it. That could have been a start. But no, you want to be on here talking about the same people that's giving you the donations. The same people that you talking about are the same people that's throwing you the donations, but they sitting there donating and you laughing, but they carpet looked like mine. And they don't even have kids. Nor have they been living in their house for almost 9 years with the same carpet. No, his name is KB, Melissa. KB, girl. Look it up. Look up that name. Say, put in what I said, X player, and it'll come up. I got shorts in my video clips where he's talked about me, still calling me a scam. I gave him a trip to Africa. I gave him a cruise. Yes, I gave him a 3-day, 2-night hotel stay. I'm gonna check my emails to see what other trips I gave him. And I'm also gonna get my other cell phone fixed so I can read all the text messages from him. Since people want to be lying. Like, and that's the thing, they not even trolls. These was people that I supported, Melissa. This was somebody that I was a moderator for. This is a person that gave me their entire platform with over 400,000 subscribers to talk about my do-it-yourself credit and travel club business. That's not my travel agent business. It's totally separate business. Like, gave me the whole platform up there by myself and presented my show, shared my screen, presented my business. Never, not once did he tell the people, no, she's not a scammer. She gave me this trip, this trip, this trip. You just allow it to go on. So when you don't speak up, guess what? That says a lot. So if you don't speak up for what's right, it may make somebody think, oh, you believe it. Or maybe it is true. You don't have to say too much on it, but you can speak up on what you may know. But hey, again, I will be giving away 50 trips. I have not figured out the day yet, but it's in celebration of my 43rd birthday. That was last Monday, and my 8-year travel agent anniversary. And I may just make it 51 because 43 plus 8 is 51. So I just make it 51 trips. I haven't decided how I'm going to do it yet because normally, unless I'm on TikTok, I don't even get that many people watching me at one time. So I don't know if I'm gonna do it like give some to some members, some to some regular subscribers, some to my moderators, and then on my Facebook channel, like give some to my top fans, and then on TikTok maybe give some to just the people that I've noticed that's really been supporting me. This child want me to go push him, y'all. So let's go out here. Wait a minute. Okay, y'all. Let's go. Thank you for making me them flies, Mr. Craig. K as in kite, Melissa, and then B as in boy. One of my moderators in here, well, I don't want his name in my chat, so they ain't gonna type it. They already know. But we're gonna allow you to type it. I can allow one person to type it. If y'all want to type it in there, let her know who it is real quick. Hold on. Ugh. Come on. Hold on. All right, y'all. We out here pushing kids. I know our routine for school. I'm gonna push you high. Keep your mouth closed, because I don't know if you're supposed to get air on your teeth and all that. Yep, that's it. My moderator just put it in there for you, Melissa. We won't be highlighting it on the screen. So right there. We won't be highlighting it. He was a supporter. Taran was a supporter as well. Most of us was all brainwashed. Not brainwashed, but believing his contradictions, his double talk, his double speak, I don't know. I just was a supporter. No, I did not agree with everything, that he said. And I feel like you should be able to say that you don't agree with everything somebody said. But I feel like maybe I said it one too many times. I don't agree with you on that. I said it one too many times, y'all. And that was it. So then all of a sudden it was, why? So when the whole of Mother's Day massacre thing happened, I would be there, but I wouldn't comment to see people's people lying on me pretty much. They're like, yeah, mom, boss over there in ES chat. She over there with him when he was 23 with a 17-year-old, but saying something about you. And like I said, it had nothing to do with him per se. It was about what he allowed to happen, but he'll be quick to call out somebody else. So it's like, okay, that's a little contradiction. Somebody, you ain't like these other people about who you like. It's definitely about who you like. Definitely about who you like. And yeah. So then when I would comment, even if it's just like, hey, such and such a mods and chat, because remember I'm a mod. Here come the haters. Oh, what, Mom Boss, where you been? Yeah, Mom Boss, we seen you over there in ES chat. Mom Boss, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You got daughters. Mom Boss, this is this. Mom Boss, this is this. Okay, I have sons as well. I have daughters and sons. So while his cousin over there talking about making pills for him to become pregnant, while he over there 27 with a 15-year-old at the time. Yeah, he was 27 with a 15-year-old. He's now 38, and the 15-year-old is now 26, and they're still together. So if you gonna call out a 23-year-old with a 17-year-old, why aren't we gonna call out the 27-year-old with the 15-year-old boy? Like, don't play with me. Boys matter too. So like I was telling him, I have sons and daughters. So I'm on both sides. I ain't taking no sides. I don't want my daughters lying on no gentleman, and I don't want my males, my boys, harassing young girls and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. So if you can't take it like that, then it is what it is. So that's what caused the whole division. This is really my first time like really just speaking on it. And I guess I just got fed up with it to just want to speak on it. Or maybe, Melissa, it was when you talked about these predators. Because this is where they hide it on YouTube. This is where they hide. On Facebook, I have 44,000 followers. And I do not get this type of disrespect on Facebook. Whereas on YouTube, I'm not even at 3,500 yet. But I was getting this with 500 subs. Like, people like, oh, he supported you. Did what? How? When? When did he? When did he? Because I was a moderator? Because he shouted out my channel? That's not support. Okay. Lying. He sent me money. Sent me what? He didn't. But it can easily be confirmed that I sent him trips. I'm a whole mother of 6 over here struggling. Never claimed to be a millionaire, nothing. However, you made 66 million in the NBA, sir. And I'm giving you trips. And you couldn't confirm. Come on. But you couldn't confirm to your audience that you knew that I'm not a scammer. All it would have took for those little small words come out your mouth. Now, y'all may not like her, but I can definitely know that her business is legit, and she's not a scammer. Quit running, and all that. But did you do that? No, because you wanted to carry on that narrative and want somebody to kiss your butt. No, sir, I don't do that. I don't kiss my own man. But and we've been together for 11 years. Yes, can he put me on my place? Yes, but he already know I put him in his. Like, so don't play with me. If I'm not finna let my man whom I sleep with, I'm not finna let a man whom I don't sleep with. So say what you want. And when the whole fallout happened, my babe already knew. He already knew. And I let him clown me for supporting you the way that I supported you.
Coffee hard.
So many of my business partners that's making 6 and 7 figures looked up to you until when I let them hear what you were saying to me for no reason. They was like, oh wow. Hey, like he done lost it. Yeah, he have lost it. We back in the car. Live in Colorado. Did he or not in Colorado, girl, but allegedly in LA. Jalea come allegedly in LA. She probably lived in Colorado. I don't know. No, we don't want no problems on here. Say that again, Taran. We just hello, Will T. We just discussing letting my new subscribers know. Well, we was talking about predators just period. And it triggered me. Like, first of all, it triggered me because he messed with a mentally challenged girl. Like, that's why it triggered me. So how dare you, sir? And we're talking about kids 101 now. Let's not mix up the two. Well, allegedly he got a 15-year-old pregnant. So we don't know. We don't know. But before you fix your mouth to talk about me and mine, just know I'm with mine. I got mine. I gotta see, Mama. I got
cheese. Say cheese. Yeah.
Everybody want to see Shiloh silver teeth.
Hold on.
Hey.
Hey, Shiloh.
You want to show all his silver teeth?
He just came from the dentist.
He didn't get the earlier. He got them on one side, 3.
Did he get it pulled out? No,
not cheap. They're gonna do that next time. Girl, they can't do everything. All right. Yeah, y'all should have seen how you was. At the top.
I just get everything without me.
Yeah, we just got this because he can only eat soft food. Hold up. Charlotte, I don't know what the top is, so just put it right here.
What chicken nuggets are these?
Julia's, Charlotte. Well, really Charlotte's, but give her one.
I want one.
Don't forget April 6th. Well, you got a whole week. Yeah, I bet they do.
Tell them the mama who's been bad. Tell them that's who's in front of you. No. Why your mouth look like that? Mama, is the window locked or the car just locked?
The car's out. Get that off of there. That ice cream.
That's mine.
Yeah.
Mama, Saludillo looks like this. Let me see this. Oh no, Mama's gonna mess up his pretty smile.
Smile.
Oh, they can't see it.
You can't see it.
Mama, Shallow like just me.
What you mean?
No, my dentist appointment
Yes, ma'am.
so I could get my teeth. Oh, Shallow. Mama.
Let's see.
She getting her teeth pulled out.
What's the message? My kids are 20 and 22. They are so jealous. I grew up.
Back in my mouth.
Okay, it's okay.
That phone back. Mama.
Right, like, man, what?
Mama. Back in my mouth.
You eating the chicken nugget? I do it after you eat. Shallows.
Mama.
Huh?
Is that my
No, you're getting a silver tube. That's my water. Not a drink. What, Shallows? Your mouth getting big? No, it's not. Eat your chicken nugget.
Can I get some?
And we'll put it back. Get some what?
Some water.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Mama, can I?
My oldest is 20, Melissa.
Mama, I didn't eat nothing.
And then I have a 14-year-old. And then Journey is 11. Janelle is 9. And then we got Jalea over there and Shiloh. Girl, you ain't finna be 10 yet.
You got a burger in here.
I do. That other one, you and Janelle can sleep.
Yeah.
I just got some. I'll be going all day and I'll be eating.
I didn't eat nothing either. Mr. Craig asked me why I didn't eat anything.
Why not? Get the chicken up, put it back in the bag. And then put the same back in his mouth.
I told him that I wasn't.
Give him that. Put it back in the bag.
Can I get a fry?
Ain't no more. Here.
I told him that.
Not for her. She already know. They for him. She done had half of them already.
This burger.
Give you what? What?
This burger.
Yeah, they the same.
Oh. Your black phone, Mama.
It's charging.
Bacon.
There ain't no charger back there, is it?
Yeah, it is. There's a charger back there.
But it don't fit y'all kind of phone. Get it.
Janelle, you want a Mama, go. You want the tomato, Janelle? Yeah. Did you see the freaking plug, Dodo? No, I didn't. Just go this way. Small.
Don't go in there. Told y'all they use Type-C chargers. Type-C to Type-C.
Mom, you gotta wait for me to put my seatbelt on.
Now he's not gonna be able to eat it.
Sit in my no.
You're just gonna have to wait. It's gonna die.
Can you wait? Hungry hippo? God, you ate at lunch. I did it. Girl,
it don't matter. She still get half. It don't matter. It's not her fault you didn't eat at lunch. That's your fault.
Mama.
Well, why y'all didn't eat breakfast?
I did eat breakfast. I drank a juice.
What? Buy some more what? Wait, Shallow.
Why they pack back like that so fast?
Jalea, hush. We've already had this discussion, ma'am.
Mama.
What?
Mama, all I ate was all I ate was 2 or 3 bites of peanut butter and jelly, and I had some string cheese, and I ate a little bit of them rock-nola freaking thing.
Okay, what's your point?
Look, I had these, and then I was making a mess on the table, and I said, "Look, the chicken is laying eggs." Pop, pop. And I got some, and I said, "Cheer, honey, honey." I was singing that all in class. I was singing that all day in my head. I was singing because we had honey bun, so I just started singing. Oh, that's what I told her. I said I was singing. I just learned this new song called Honey Bun, and we have honey buns today.
If we count my bonus son, I have 7. He's 18. He's about to go away to college.
Cheer, honey.
I've been in his life since he was 8, so I definitely say he counts.
Cheer, honey bun, honey bun.
Actually, since he was 7, because we coming up on our 11-year anniversary. Put on your seatbelt, man. Yes, inside the bag that Johnny got.
Cheer, honey. You got ice cream? Can I get some?
No, Shiloh had ice cream, girl.
Cheer, honey bun, honey bun. You don't know how to shut up.
Janelle, sit back. We don't care nothing about no honey bun.
Cheer, honey bun, honey bun. Shelly, you didn't listen to my new song this morning because you wasn't with us. Go play. I can't.
No.
Can you just mute?
It would never be copyrighted on my phone. On mine.
Was you playing romantic all the time when we left out the car? Cheer, honey bun, honey bun. I like that song, Mama.
I'm gonna look up to see maybe.
That is not.
Or maybe we could just head.
Forget that tomato. I don't.
Maybe we can just drive to the Hendersonville area and just pass out the flyers by ourselves.
Alright.
How about y'all want to do that? Yeah. We're not going right now. I have to finish off this video. We're going home. Yeah, we're not going to our finish.
Was he crying?
I wasn't in there. I had to leave.
No, was he crying when he got out?
Oh, he was knocked out. We had to check on him every 30 minutes because he was. Yeah, you get knocked out because you get put to sleep. So, yeah. Did I say I already say hey to Will T if I didn't? Hey. I'm happy you right, Reyes. I'm glad you wanted to get to know me for yourself, and I'm glad that you did because I really enjoy your company. Yeah.
Is your phone on?
It's on.
Mr. Williams, did you see somebody calling you? Mama.
For a 901 number?
Yeah.
Girl, I tried to answer, but he hung up. I was on here.
So you picked me up at 2 o'clock.
Girl, no, I was there. But no, Janelle got to come out at 3. You coming out at 3. What? Tell me. Under the silver teeth. What is that noise?
The one that got pulled out.
Is he connected to the radio or something? Oh.
Mama, tell me the one that got pulled out.
No teeth got pulled out.
Just that one in the bag. Up here now.
He has. What are you talking about?
There's one in the bag and it's not there. And it's not because he didn't grow it in yet. It's like.
I'll see when we get home. I thought he got 3 silver teeth and a white filling. I don't know. 2 at the top and 1 was at the bottom. Or 1 was at the top. Or 2 was at the top. I don't know. 1 or 2. Thank you, young Reyes. Oh, where we going? We don't live that way. Okay, cut on something. We can sing.
Cheer.
Yes, my son, Gen Z, what you said, Melissa. All the stuff they have. My son moved out at 17 to his own apartment, credit score 736. He done had like 5 cars. all paid for, on his own.
With money, not no card.
My daughter Shirley said with money, not no card. And he do-it-yourself creative business, the travel club. He travel on his own through our travel club because it's a the travel club is a whole family thing. So like one travel club membership, and then he could use it when Babe go out of town without me for baseball. He could use it. He don't have to have me there. Versus with my travel agent business, if I'm booking at my travel agent rate, then I have to be there. So that's why I like having two different businesses. It's the perks of both. Sometimes I want to use a travel club, but most of the time I use a travel agency as far as sharing that with people who want to book travel and earn money and save and write it off and all that. But then people that just want to save on the travel but don't want to be a travel agent, meaning they don't want to book travel for other people, which is not a requirement even as a travel agent. You can just book travel for yourself. But the travel club is for those that just want to save up to 70% on their travel without being a travel agent. Literally, it's like a membership, like how you have a Sam's Club membership or a Costco membership or whatever store is in your city. It's a membership. Cancel it at any time. But the discounts are amazing. And I can book up to 6 to 8 rooms at my travel club rate. So like I could host parties through my travel club as well. So it's just unlimited. I'm gonna do a 2024 video for my travel club and also a 2024 travel club and do it yourself credit business. And then I'm gonna do one for my travel agent business as well. Just giving you guys an updated video of the business and the business model and the 6 to 7 streams of income you can earn from being a travel agent that you just didn't know. Like it's been amazing for me. My 8-year anniversary was March 22nd. I didn't even announce it. I may make a post today about it because I'm giving away the people a trip. And it's been rewarding. I've helped over 400 people start them a plan B, whether they had a plan A or not.
Why? Because that's annoying. I like that stuff.
I really enjoy it. And so earlier, 2 weeks ago, over $1,000 was hacked from my card. And it's crazy because I'm like, oh God, now what am I gonna do? As far as till more money came through. Why I had almost a $900 travel check deposited into my bank account, but I didn't book. Sit back, Janelle. But I didn't book any travel. My travel agents booked travel. So basically, with the travel agent business, anyone that you help start in a business, once you become a gold bidder, which means you've helped 9 people. I'm sure everyone on here knows at least 9 people that travel or want to travel or save on the travel or earn or looking for some tax write-offs and deductions, whatever. You become a gold builder. So that means you make an additional 10% off the travel booked. So let's say, for instance, I have a business partner that booked a trip to Africa for a group of, can't remember how many people, but let's say it's a $70,000 trip. Let's just say that. Let's say it's a $70,000 trip. And let's say she gets a $7,000 commission. We're just throwing numbers out there because commissions vary based off, the company, the hotel, the flight, all that. So let's say she made a $7,000 commission. Well, the company is going to say, well, Shantae, without you, we wouldn't have her. So we're going to reward you. Here is $700 for you. Not $700 from her, $7,000, but $700 from the 30% or the 20% that the company keeps, because we get 70 to 80% of the commission that's paid out. So anytime you book a hotel, rent a car, go to a resort, go on a cruise,
Why are you holding a phone?
Anything, whether it's a staycation, whether you stay for one night, whether you have to get an emergency room because somebody is sick at home and y'all don't want to spread the germs, especially during the C word, the jab season. Like, y'all, this business has been amazing. We just hit 105,000 travel agents. Well, we didn't just hit it. We hit it a couple of weeks ago. So we're probably over 106,000 right now. Our team has over 42,000 of that 105,000. So it's the best place on the planet, like literally, dog. Because God is, with us, as well as it's more than just a business. It's more like a family of 105,000 people and growing. And I just share it every day. Anyone did I hear? Talking about, oh, I don't like my job, I shared. If someone said, oh, I'm going on the trip, and I shared. If someone said, oh, I'm looking for a plan B, I shared. If someone said, oh, I need a second job, I'm sharing it. If somebody said, oh, my child's about to go to college and I'm not about to have no deductions, I share it. If somebody say, oh, I just need some more deductions, period, I share it. If someone says, I just want to save on my travel, and I share it. If someone just says, I just want to, I'm already booking my own travel for free, I might as well get paid for it, I share it. Like, you have to find a need and meet it. It's not about just booking a travel and saving and earning. It's about what it can do for the family that you're offering it to. So,
Mom,
what?
he was last seen last month.
Mama. Last month. Last month. Like, so he was last seen last month? Yeah, last month. And his mama not out there looking for him. What? Okay.
She a honey bun. She a honey bun. She a honey.
His mama honey bun. His mama honey bun, y'all. Whatever that means.
She a honey bun. She a honey bun. She a honey. I've been singing that song all day since I heard.
In her head, she been saying it all day. I've been saying it out loud. She a honey bun. She a honey bun. She a honey bun. She a. But we were saying it, and then I thought she a honey bun. And then he said she a honey bun.
I seen all of my school brothers today.
She a young red.
She a honey.
My daughter just had an attitude.
You only got one school brother, and that's Shalom.
Right, that's right. I forgot that you were autistic. Too, young red. That's why I really
So they really tried to put down her bed like she was about to do something. Right, then I put her up like this, and then she trying to slap me, and then I'm like.
That's why we can spread awareness about it, young Raz.
She let you go as soon
if
as
I drop the link, you know you can definitely come up. We almost back home. Pulling up at home now.
Mama, I don't know how you gonna go back there.
Y'all can. I'm finna go.
She got in a fight.
Finish my video. Then why did nobody call me?
Because Miss Brown.
Mama, I bring my BF insights to the sea.
Good. I'm taking it to a big. Like all the rest of them. Yes, ma'am.
I have a C in that.
We need to work on it.
It's the same.
We need to work on that. Y'all got homework?
Yeah. I got a
honey bun. I got a honey bun. I got a honey bun. Then I had a D in first quarter. Then I had a C in second quarter. Now I got a C in third quarter. Now
it's gonna be a B fourth quarter. Yes, ma'am.
Wait, ain't fourth quarter like your last?
And is this quarter is gonna be a B.
Yes, no, you get a number, not a.
Girl, I know what you get.
So a B. Since you gonna get a 90. She get
a B and y'all is a 92.
She a honey. She a honey bun.
92 100.
And they said I had one absent. Since when?
You did.
Yes, he has a channel too, Melissa. He does music.
She a honey bun. She a honey bun. She a honey
I took in one of my son's friends who had abusive parents and was going to run away. He lived with us 2 years. He was 18 when he came, but I was a mom to him. Right, like I told my son, like my son knew he didn't.
Game snacks and the other.
You know, he didn't have to leave home. He definitely could have stayed home as long as he needed to.
Dude, why you put that?
What? It's not gonna do anything.
Yes, it is, because you're not doing it.
Diddy, let me play. Stop.
And then that's another thing. A lot of people in this sector try to talk about the number of kids that I have, Melissa. But mind you, I'm always with mine. And mind you, they have way more kids than I have, or even more baby mamas or baby daddies. And you'll never see them with theirs.
What is?
Like, how dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? Talk about my mama and honey bun. Go talk about your honey bun.
It sure ain't gonna be the men leading the charge to find the predators. They looking for a reason to excuse them. Like, well, maybe
It's my.
I mean, she was giving it. Like, let me tell you about the kids 101 situation. So I think he was 17 at the time, and I think she was 17 at the time, but she was a mentally challenged girl. And allegedly she was giving others fellatio. I don't know what that means. In her apartment style, like they stayed in a building that was apartment style, like assisted living type thing. So I guess he thought that because she was doing this to everybody else that he get it. So obviously, this is the story he gave, and then we're gonna get a story that the court docket showed. So he said that she was giving it to everybody else, and so I guess he thought he was getting it, and so she done it or whatever, and I guess they got caught. So then she lied and said that he abused her, whatever. This his story.
No, you
Imagine his story changed so much. The records say he went to her apartment, asked her for a back to an earring. She told him to wait outside the door while she go find her back to the earring, but he didn't wait outside the door. He followed her in. He followed her in and done whatever he done, forced himself onto her, into her home. He had an unlawful restraint charge, first degree sexual assault. No matter if you play it down, we know what a plea is. Of course you plea down. That don't mean you didn't do it. Just because you're on the sex register for 18 years and they allow you to come off does not take the crime away. You still committed the crime. Just because when you was driving, being a tow truck driver, and wanted to proposition them girls that since they didn't have the $240 to get that car off the tow truck you had, that they could just SMD, give you fellatio, and you'll let her truck down. But you not knowing these was kids. So that's what got you on the list. Like, girl, these men, mind you, he got a son and a daughter too. But want to talk about me, but we don't never see that daughter. I wonder why. Come on, get my purse. Get my purse. Come on, Shala. Come on. Get up.
Here.
Don't let the flyers put them over the dash. Get here. Come up.
I'm trying to play the game. This backpack has ice cream in it.
Close it.
It is closed.
All right. Ain't my bag in here too?
Mama, before me.
Isn't my bag in here? We'll get it.
After I listen to the song, I'll bring it in the house for tonight. Where's my backpack? So don't.
My bad. Okay, y'all, we're back home to finish our story. See, this is how you multitask and get your stories done. Right here. Thank you. Oh, what you done made? What's this? A vision board? This TJ. Yeah, my son done. I don't know what this is. My 14-year-old made this. On my computer. I'm gonna ask him what it is. A minute.
Bring that out.
Something just came off. Maybe he made this for shallow. Some of the numbers came off. Look at the cars on the same bed. I guess it's what he like. Burgers, cars, and anime. Huh? TJ made that. I don't know if he made it for you. Hold on, y'all. I'm coming, y'all. Hold on.
Hop out the coupe, niggas, bitches be smiling and shit, yeah. They would be glad to know me. Don't even speak out, I'm pissed at this girl on my dick, yeah. He like the mad emoji, like she the joker, this baddie come with a lot of tricks in. You know she had to show me, she touched on the ride and the nigga ain't talking about sticks, yeah. I got a bad emoji, sit on your ass and you crying, you sad emoting. Get in your bag controlling, cutting off people who don't got their cash in motion. Keep me a stash, I'm loaded, ain't got no hustle, then here go a laughing trophy. Nigga, I'm glad you told me. He passing go been a minute, he acting slowly, but I need the cash you owe me. Just keep the cash, it's been too long. I'm in my bag, it's a two-tone. Old bitches mad, I need 2 phones. Drop the stack, putting my shoes on. I be jet lagging, I'm too gone. My heart be savage, it move on. Niggas be lacking, they move wrong. Trying to get put in a gulag. Give her king, tell her she hoorah. She tryna fuck in this coupon. I'ma just pass it to you, bro. Rather get racks with my crew tough. Pussy can't buy all my new stuff. Wallet my blunt, it be too stuff. Calling my burst, get it too much. Young but attracting these cougars. Girl in the back with a Ruger. Melt your ass, you need a cooler. Rapping, I ain't touched a boot. Yeah, spend like 10 racks, made a stew, bro. That's the type shit that I do, yeah. Go to a lot, I'm like, which one? Cool got no top, I like this one. Had it all out, then I switched them. Had to thank God for my wisdom. He rather go buy a bitch. Some plastic hoes gotta dismiss them. Never uptight, never missed them. She ride the bike, you know, then some. Think that I'm catching a symptom. Ill as Lil Wayne, I'm a victim. My gang be the coldest. He say he the dopest. I need what he smoking. Split his whole life Moses. She cold with the posters. I don't finish slowly. Mind your business, nosy. She kick, I play goalie. Yo chick wanna know me. Niggas lame, so she gave me the trophy. My gang be the coldest. He say he the dopest. I need what he smoking. Split his whole life Moses. She cold with the posters. I don't finish slowly. Mind your business, nosy. She kick, I play goalie. Yo chick wanna know me. Niggas lame, so she gave me the trophy. 6-time champ like Michael, nigga. I got too many fam, come snipe you niggas. Damn, they really be over hyping quitters. Makes sense why I don't even like you niggas. I put weed in a pipe, I ain't like you niggas. Shooter stay on my right, got a pipe addiction. Put a ring on your bait, now your wife don't listen. That can never be me, bro. Forgot we different. I'm too far in the lead, be the only difference. After Star had told them the circumstances. Bad bitch, and I still give her 0 chances. Bagless nigga, these be the real advances. She got 5 different races, no liquor Spanish. A magician, I'm making a penny Spanish. Born a Christian, my girl, there's no need to panic. On the mission, she told me I'm Clifford Landon. I can't even lie, $1 million five. She be getting wild in a German ride. Gotta get away, can go to jail tonight. One thing sure they know that we in this for life. Like my fucking rifle, better stay in sight. Not a threat, but just a promise to the sky. Getting checks, call me thugger on the rise. Not a jet, or drive a rocket in the skies. Like my gang be the coldest. He say he the dopest. I need what he smoking. Split his whole like Moses. She cold with the posters. I don't finish slowly. Mind your business, nosy. She kick, I play goalie. Yo chick wanna know me. Niggas lame, so she gave me the trophy. My gang be the coldest. He say he the dopest. I need what he smoking. Split his whole like Moses. She cold with the posters. I don't finish slowly. Mind your business, nosy. She kick, I play goalie. Yo chick wanna know me. Niggas lame, so she gave me the trophy. Talking with the bro, not about hoes, but about getting his money control. I do my thing and he stay on the road. We talking about getting the state of some more. Go out in the grind and come back with the dough. And in between times we kick back and we smoke. He thumbing through colleges, scholarships. Meanwhile I'm looking and moving in my next condo. That nigga my brother, we both drive a foreign. We don't give a fuck about a hoe cause they boring. I have no emotion but bitches annoying. I keep her in line like we waiting for Jordans. I light up a leaf and start smoking the forest. She liking my spot, look around like a tourist. She asked for a drink so the shot I had poured it. Keep texting your girl as I watch her ignore it. Me and my brother, we been through a lot of shit, so we solid like we can start rocking shit. We was breaking them windows, no blocking shit. To this day, we don't fuck with the cops and shit, but we changed up our life, all that stupid shit. Breathing better now, niggas on top of shit. We don't mess with a hoe on that moody shit. Send her back, try again like I dropped a bitch. Every season we ballin' like Roddy Rich. We a bull on the court like I'm Scotty Pipp. Stay 100, I call it the Chamberlain. Call me hard and take off like a rocket ship. Get the keys to the street and I'm stacking them. Watch me feel on your hoe and unlock a bitch. Give her back cause I still have the warranty. I just wanted to hit on some cocky shit. Nigga even pulled out with a condom on. But she wet like you close to a microphone. It had started to sound like a type of song. Asking invasive the box and I might have known. Looked at that, but God told me to keep my soul. I had asked for a sign, then I seen a go. Never know when you'll last, so I keep a pole. If I pull out the right, you Keisha Cole. You can cheat on your man with me, I don't condone it. She start giving me signals, I'm on it. Niggas wanna be the one and only. And she said she gon' ride like a pony. All these bitches, they ask if I'm single. They attached and I ain't even boned yet. But right now I wanna know what that head's like. In my city, we call it a dome check. She can't move, but I ain't finished. Fix my chain, I need a pendant. Got her shaking like she tripping. From the coast, I'm from the trenches. Foreign coupe, I got a tenant. If she cute, might take attendance. At this point, I'll just admit it. If she mixed it all, she winning. Acting tough, but the world on your block soft. All that talking gon' get your ass knocked off. Niggas stay with the heat, call it hot sauce. And I'm using this bitch, get my rocks off. Nigga broken, we know, keep your hand down. You won't smoke till he's screaming, I'll man down. Not a killer, but tempted, don't test me. I'll be having this for you, let's stand down. Got a baddie, she golden like hash brown. Make her laugh cause I'm funny like class clown. In control of my life like I planned out. I buy shit for my siblings like passed down. You upset cause I got it, you mad, wow. I'm connected to foreigns and cash now. Gotta say mama bitch want a Tesla. I'm expending my bag like I panned out. He just quiet but I'ma keep venting. My new ride be out cash, I don't do renting. She tried to set me up, tried to trick me. Attitude but I hope I'm not offended. She fixing me and that ass looking tempting. Gave me a show like she's starring on Disney. I'm the same nigga they with her, not with me. Fuck but we need each other like a kidney. She can't move but I ain't finished. Fix my chain, I need a pendant. Got her shaking like she tripping. From the coast, I'm from the trenches. Foreign coupe, I got a tenant. If she cute, might take attendance. At this point, I'll just admit it. If she mixed it all, she winning. She can't move but I ain't finished. Fix my chain, I need a pendant. Got her shaking like she tripping. From the coast, I'm from the trenches. Foreign coupe, I got a tenant. If she cute, might take attendance. At this point, I'll just admit it. If she mixed it all, she winning.
Many kids in this house, too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these.
Said little chick, you come book with me if you wanted to. These expensive, these is passports, international shoes. Hit the resorts, I can stay at both. I don't wanna choose, and I'm quick to switch my room up, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't gotta work, I make travel moves. No 9 to 5, I make travel.
Too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house, too many kids in this house. I said I don't get no peace. All 52 weeks, 6 dang kids, get my social life cease. Yeah, 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 yeah. House full of kids, yeah, look like a team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up the stream. Giving everything I got to them, it's all my life seems. Look over there, Lily made a mess. Do I look stressed? The answer's yes. Gave her apple slices on her plate. She spit the pillars back in my face. She never sleep, she never rests. Thank God she's off the breast.
And the families of these road workers, these construction crew workers, just doing their job.
I want y'all to park those hoverboards, rolling on the right side. Get them snacks and still talk back when we out there to know how to act. Yes, I cook, I damn sure clean, so let me show you how to make these beans. Gobble it, swallow it, drip down the summer nip, quick back in his mouth before I try to turn the flip. Tell them they can cheat, they can just bleed. Virtual school for hours, kids run up my power, talk that mess. Begging for a sip, all y'all want my juice and they want my nip. I never have to shower, just made up mind that they're going to bother. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Look at this more tissue, I need some wet wipes. I need them calm, got me ready to fight. Shallow just went, I smell popcorn. He needs a bath, my body's warm. They just stormed in, that's why he feeling. Bit my lip, boy, you about to be winning. When they quiet and snuck outside, they opened up the snakes that I thought I snatched. Tired of yelling in my seat, I really just need to give me some weed.
me. Y'all need to put that dangly thing back on the back of the remote. I forget their names. Every single day they better take naps. All they want to do is play. They run down the house like the cops are behind me. I try to hide it. I try to find me. Get some chips and some Kool-Aid for all these dang kids. Got iPhones and laptops for all these dang kids. Always unclogging the toilet because all these kids. My house is always crazy because all these kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 House full of kids. I have a basketball team. Get that bucket and a mop so you can clean up this stream. Giving everything I got to them. That's all my life seems. I heard a smash. They broke that glass. All these dang kids. Get that bucket and a mop. Y'all some wild old kids. Macaroni in the pot for all these dang kids. I'm talking a lot for all these dang kids. Too many kids in this house. 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 Too many kids in this house.
Okay, guys, we are back home and back on to our subject at hand, which was the Baltimore bridge collapse. It looks like they did an updated press conference at 11 Eastern, which would no, not 11 Eastern, at 12. So let's see what they're actually saying.
Absolutely. And again, this is a multi-agency rescue and search effort right now. Dive teams, helicopters, any moment now. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We will continue to follow this breaking news in 2 minutes.
Together in the Coast Guard and the county and the state of Maryland to try to figure out, to the best of their knowledge, what happened. And I'll just add one more point to the investigation. The ship and the shipping company, they have their own investigative team. You have global elements involved here because you had an Indian crew on a Singapore flagged vessel that was headed to Sri Lanka. So you have a lot of elements involved. So the story doesn't just have the world's attention this morning. It has a lot of the world all involved playing out.
And only about 30 minutes into that mission, they were scheduled to get there, I believe, April 22nd in Sri Lanka. And one thing we can say, even though we don't know the exact cause of this huge cargo ship hitting the bridge there, Governor Westmore did say during a news conference that authorities at this hour don't have any evidence of terrorist attacks or activity or even intentionality with it. They believe this was simply an accident.
Yeah, and the big question is going to be, why did the power fail? Right? Because if that's what started the whole thing in motion, we know from maritime experts that if the power does fail, if the rudder is not
I don't understand how they be so ruled out foul play and terrorist attacks and all that.
The river is flowing at a rate that's going to potentially move that ship, then it's hard to course correct. And this ship was traveling at approximately 8 to 9 knots, which was a decent speed in that harbor area, according to maritime experts, to try to turn it. We did see, and you do see on the video when you watch it, that the power goes out, comes back on, then it appears to go out again a second time. It did go out with enough warning that the crew was able to issue a mayday from the cockpit of the boat. Question is, was it enough time to get everyone off the bridge? Now, we have heard some stories and some officials had said that they were able to stop some traffic from getting on the bridge, but clearly there were still people on the bridge in their vehicles, and maybe there just wasn't enough of an effort to get to those people, depending on how far out they were, right, from where you would stop the bridge traffic from entering, because the bridge itself is 1.5 miles long.
You got to wonder what more could have been done to avert the scene that we see here. And also, we should mention that the crew members are still on that ship as we talk about it, and they've been in communication with the Coast Guard throughout the course of this morning. And also for people who live and work in that area, they've been gathering as close as they can get and speaking with our reporters, talking about the emotional impact of this, but also financial. a lot of people have to get through that area and depend on the Port of Baltimore for a living. So there are certainly multi-layers to this multi-agency effort.
22 crew members on board and 2 local pilots from the Baltimore area that will help steer that ship through the challenging areas like underneath the Key Bridge. They are well-seasoned watermen, and they were on board, 2 of those pilots, in addition to the 20.
Would have been on that bridge if it weren't for a schedule change.
And you have a lot of delays that will slow things down. This is essentially it's not essentially, it's a complete rebuild. This is a bridge that took, in total of planning and building, 8 years to build. Now you have better technology now, you have better construction processes now. You're not going to end up saying it's going to take 8 years to rebuild a bridge by any means, but you don't build a bridge in a day. It's going to take some time, and while that process is underway, this was one of your main connections in the Beltway. So it's like if you took a chunk out of it.
And I was waiting to talk to the last member of the delegation in the region. Good afternoon. Before I leave for North Carolina, which I'm going to do in a few minutes, I want to speak briefly about the terrible incident and accident that happened in Baltimore this morning.
Let's listen to the robot clone.
Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware in our train or by car. Been in Baltimore Harbor many times. And the bridge collapsed, sending several people and vehicles into the water, into the river. And multiple U.S. Coast Guard units, which are stationed very nearby, thank God, were immediately deployed along with local emergency personnel. And the Coast Guard is leading the response to the port, where representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, the FBI, Department of Transportation, the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Maryland officials and Baltimore Police and Fire, are all working together to coordinate an emergency response. Officials at the scene estimate 8 people were unaccounted for still, were unaccounted for. That number might change. 2 have been rescued, 1 without injury, 1 in critical condition. And the search and rescue operation is continuing for all those remaining as we speak. I spoke with Governor Moore this morning, as well as the Mayor of Baltimore, the county executive, both United States senators and the congressman. And my Secretary of Transportation is on the scene. I told them we're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives. Our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident and all the families, especially those waiting for the news of their loved one right now. I know every minute in that circumstance feels like a lifetime. You just don't know. It's just terrible. We're incredibly grateful for the brave rescuers who immediately rushed to the scene, and to the people of Baltimore. I want to say we're with you. We're going to stay with you as long as it takes. And like the governor said, you're Maryland tough, you're Baltimore strong, and we're going to get through this together. And I promise we're not leaving. Here's what's happening now. The search and rescue operation is our top priority. Ship traffic in the Port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel. The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year. It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks. Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year, and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers. The bridge is also critical for travel, not just for Baltimore, but for the Northeast Corridor. Over 30,000 vehicles cross the Francis Scott Key Bridge on a daily basis. And it's virtually, it's one of the most important elements for the economy in the Northeast and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland and whatever they ask for. We're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge. And I expect the Congress to support my effort. This is going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt.
Is the federal government
You know,
paying for the
we're not
rebuild
leaving until this
of the
stuff is
bridge,
done.
or is the
Not leaving
Americans
until then.
going to be paying for
So
it?
I just want to say God bless everybody who got everyone harmed this morning and their families. And may God bless the first responders, many of them risking their lives. And the reason I'm not going to take a lot of questions, there's remaining issues that are open that we got to determine what's going to happen in terms of the rescue mission and the like. But
Do you plan to go to Baltimore, sir? And if so, how quickly?
I do, and as quickly as I can.
You said the federal government's also going to pay for the repairs. I'm just curious, this was a ship that appears to be at fault. Is there any reason to believe that the company behind the ship should be held responsible? And then also, you mentioned
could be, but we're not going to wait for that happen. We're going to pay for it to get the bridge rebuilt and opened.
What did you make the decision not to attend this meeting this week?
Oh, I don't want to get into that. We have plenty of time to talk about Rob.
You mentioned the port. Can I ask about cars? About the port.
All right, so President Joe Biden delivering some brief remarks regarding the Maryland bridge collapse right there. And again, he really didn't answer any questions from journalists who were very eager to ask him a number of questions. But you heard Mayor and again saying that he is doing what he can to help facilitate the breaking news. And again, you are taking a live look from two different vantage points of this breaking news right here. On the upper right-hand side of your screen, that is an aerial location of the bridge collapse in the Port of Baltimore. On the lower right-hand side, that is the very large container of ships that you're taking a look at right now. And you can see that the feed that we had has now ended. We are going to step aside for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. But on the other side of the break, we are going to be speaking with Dr. Nur Yazdani, a professor of civil engineering at the University of Texas at Arlington, on the very latest on this issue. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, guys, so that was the update on that. I think they have another update since then. But we're going to switch over to the Diddy raid real quick, and then we'll come back to see what's the update on the Baltimore bridge. Okay, y'all, here's the Diddy raid information.
You're on Live Now from Fox as Diddy's home in Los Angeles has been raided by Homeland Security. Of course, we're learning more information. I do want to take you back out here before we get out to our Fox 11 team in their coverage, because some of this video is very dramatic, and we don't know a ton of information right now about this here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, breaking news of this, as you can see, potentially law enforcement officials and other officials just outside of a gate, this on a street near the Beverly Hills area. Of course, we're following it very closely on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we were watching this. We didn't know exactly what we were seeing at the time. So this is just a little bit ago as you can see a crowbar to get through this gate initially as well, the long guns and a multitude of people. As you'll see, they'll zoom out a little bit just to see the amount of force they are using to get inside this home. And of course, the complex in which this home sits is a very expansive one for the American rapper and producer. You can see them checking inside of a vehicle. We don't know exactly what is involved, if Diddy's even there. We don't know a ton of information about this at all, but this was dramatic video coming in of the Los Angeles home. They're raided by Homeland Security. Some of those images there on the backs of them. We also saw other images. I want to kind of quickly move to what else we saw as people were led away, potentially in custody. Don't know who these individuals are, if they're related to Diddy in any way, but you can see them. Dramatic video from our Sky Fox team there in Los Angeles as we continue to cover this. And our Fox 11 team is there on the ground right now as we speak. Let's take you out to some of their coverage here as we follow this developing story out of Los Angeles.
And then detain those 3 people inside. We haven't seen any signs of P. Diddy himself. Again, we're hearing that he is possibly in New York, but several people inside the home that will surely be questioned. Very chaotic scene when all of this happened. Lots of neighbors wondering what's going on, of course, and we'll keep you updated. But it's definitely going to be quite a scene here for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, when you see this number of law enforcement agencies coming together, making this type of raid to such a big, high-profile mansion like this, in a neighborhood like this as well, this is very thought out, methodical, planned out for days. So they base this on a number of information gathering that they've received and evidence or what they're looking for. So clearly, this is not something they do lightly. They really go through the process of making sure that everything is ready before they conduct a raid like this. So yes, this took a lot of planning for all these multiple agencies to come together to actually now conduct a type of raid like this, as you're seeing right now with this street also shut down for the time being, because Haley, you could see the perimeter has been set up in that neighborhood to keep just the public back from the work that's being done. And there you have the shot from Sky Fox again, these heavily armed vehicles right next to all those luxury cars. You already see a Porsche, a G-Wagon, so many luxury cars right there on that property. So it is a very differing juxtaposition there of what you're seeing. But look at this mansion here in Holmby Hills where the raid is taking place. Again, we don't know what exactly they're looking for, who they're looking for. But again, this could possibly be linked to a sex trafficking investigation involving rapper Sean Combs, the music executive. But as you heard from Haley right there, she believes, and she's been hearing, that we do not think that Sean Combs is on that property at home right now. He may be in New York as this raid is being conducted. But we do know from our reporting that over the course of the year already, just as early as March this year, there have been several lawsuits filed against Sean Combs. So clearly this could be part of it. We are not sure at this point. But again, Stu, if you could hear me, what are you seeing right now in terms of your point of view?
Well, again, we saw some of those officers right there at that one of the back houses. They did bring a ladder in. They actually went out and brought that ladder into that property. You see it right there, and then they brought another ladder. So there's probably something inside this building right here that they are very curious about, or they were, like you said, it was very well planned. They knew they were going to need that ladder to make access. So there is something inside this piece of property in the back, as one of the back houses, that they have been very interested in getting at. We haven't seen them bring anything out. At one point, I can say, and when I keep saying that we didn't see them bring anything out, we did see them bring out what looked like a big plastic bin, but I don't know if that was something that they had brought in with them as far as possible tools that they needed. But that was the only thing that seemed to be out of the ordinary, and that did come out of that back house that we just showed you. This is that front area that you were just talking about moments ago. We watched as those Bearcats made their way up Mapleton to actually do this raid, and then we watched as officers were getting through one of the pedestrian gates over here on this side of the property. Once they had breached that, well, then they opened those gates up right there, and those armored vehicles rolled in. They were very quick in whatever they needed to do to seize that home. That garage door went up very quickly, and it doesn't seem to be actually a garage inside there. We've been trying to peek in with the camera every now and then. It looks like there's a large table inside there, so that might have been an office area or some sort of staging area, and that's where we believe that most of the people that we see in custody came from. At least that's where we watched them exit this building with the officers early on when this raid was just starting. As it stands right now, you've got plenty of these armored law enforcement still walking the property. You see them walking in pairs. A lot less of those weapons out, so they are less on the defensive as it would be. And you can see them just kind of making their way through that property. But I can tell you, every home that's on here, meaning there's 3 major homes. This one right here, there's a couple of officers still inside there. We know at least 1 officer is still inside here. So they're still standing guard. So that whatever it is that they're doing, this isn't over by any means, and I think this is probably just getting underway. They just want to make sure that all these buildings are secure, and if there is anybody on this property, that they are in custody before they actually start whatever it is that they're looking for. But again, as you mentioned, very well planned, very quickly executed, and of course, a number of officers out here. I couldn't even venture to say how many of these armored officers that are on the property. You can see them right there, and this is just a small group. That was also one of the things. As soon as they made their way into that pedestrian gate, the first thing they did was open up all those doors on that Range Rover and then made their way into this portion of the home. And that's that garage that we've been talking about. That garage door went up very quickly. And of all the people that we've seen come out of the building, that's where they all came from. They walked them out, put them in this little corner right here, and that's where they've been questioning them ever since.
Another ladder, as you were mentioning, a couple of ladders on site as part of this raid. I don't know what they're looking for or where they're trying to reach, but yeah, we did see somebody carrying a ladder, the second one on the property right now. It does seem like there are 3 different buildings on this property, the main mansion, and then 2 guest houses, for lack of better knowledge in terms of what they are exactly used for. But yes, 2 smaller type houses on the lot as well. And of course, the pool right there in the middle with the grass lawn. So clearly, yeah, this is going to take time, and that is why probably there are so many personnel on site to go through everything and do the search that they are conducting. We, again, don't know a lot of information in terms of what evidence they're trying to collect, who they're looking for, or why they made the raid to begin with. But again, this could possibly be involving the sex trafficking investigation. And again, when we get more details, of course, we'll bring it to you. But this is going to be a while. You see the Department of Homeland Security officers right there in that Bearcat. You know, this could be phase 2 of what to do now, what they're searching for, and making sure they have all their information they need when they conduct a raid like this and go through the process of going through that property. It is a big mansion indeed, owned by Bad Boy Films and one of Sean Combs's children. So again, this happening just about 20 minutes ago at this point. We do have video from earlier, if we could show you that, and we have been showing some of that to you in a bigger box. As a juxtaposed to the live pictures you're seeing right now. But when they made entry, it was very methodical, and they did have many different law enforcement officials here as a unified operation, and a lot of them making sure that those entry points are secure and they're able to make entry all together with very, very little use of force. So clearly it is a process whenever you conduct a raid like this. So again, we do have Haley Winslow on the ground as well. She is pushed back to a certain perimeter, though, so they're very differing vantage points that we can see. But if we do look at the ground shot there, you see law enforcement on the ground there as well. Haley, anything changing where you're at right now?
He's showing in Little in the Park.
Just a lot more people showing up on scene.
it's
It's
crazy,
been pretty
if y'all
hectic
watch,
out here. This all unfolded about 25 minutes ago, and I
Sloan
apologize
Bell,
that you
the
couldn't hear
medium,
me
she
clearly
called this
earlier.
last
It's
night
very
about
loud,
October.
especially
She said
we've
it's
got, of
gonna
course,
happen
Sky
around
Fox showing you all of this from
Yes,
overhead.
y'all.
But basically, it all started about 25 minutes
Here's
ago. 30 or so law enforcement vehicles that were from the Department of Homeland Security, LASD, of course, LAPD assisting in this as well. And they pulled up to this home that's registered to Bad Boy
Like you
Films,
said
part of
last
Bad Boy
year,
Entertainment,
it's
one of
OV for
P.
him.
Diddy's companies. And
OV.
the home's also registered to one of his daughters. So they basically all got out of the three Bearcats. They went in. They were obviously armed. They pulled a few people out, as Stu was telling you, up in Sky Fox. But we're hearing that P. Diddy may not even be here. We, of course, haven't seen him. We understand he may have flown on a private jet to New York, which I'm sure kind of threw off their plan, although this was very strategically organized. So I would assume by now, whether he is in New York or not, that he is likely in custody if he is involved in this. But again, we are hearing that this is involving P. Diddy and sex trafficking charges. To what extent or with what details, we don't yet know. But of course, we will be on top of this all day. It's been, it was pretty hectic when we all rolled in. We were kind of right behind the line of law enforcement vehicles as this was all unfolding. And we're since obviously behind this crime scene tape here in Holmby Hills. This is off Mapleton Drive here in the 200 block where they are in front of this home that involves P. Diddy, and we'll of course bring you the very latest as soon as we get it. It's a very active scene. You can see the officers actually right now. This is law enforcement officers from the Department of Homeland Security coming out right now. They're actually walking down the street in uniform. If you see them right now, Sandra,
I
marching
do.
down the road.
Yes, from your vantage point, do you see them holding anything? Are they taking out any information? I can't really tell from where I am.
Let me just stop sharing real quick. You telling me they found a tunnel in his LA mansion? Where the tunnel lead to? Mexico? Oh, wow. A whole tunnel, y'all.
Wait, what place did they find?
A tunnel. What are you talking about? Yeah, obviously a tunnel that he ain't supposed to be having. Sneaking people in and out. What do you think tunnels do?
I think tunnels go from lead you to from one place to another.
Exactly. So who have tunnels under their home? Exactly. But a trafficker. Mansion was built after 1920, so he can't claim it was built during Prohibition. May he bite right. Yeah.
I thought that was the White House.
Wow. My daughter said she thought that was the White House, y'all. Girl, the White House probably ain't even as big as his house. I don't even know. We may have to look at the square footage, but she thought that was the White House. No, that was one of his mansions. They raided 2 of them. Yes.
Can you see?
Just brought out their law enforcement drone. They're putting that away now.
Yeah. Okay. They have Tony Anutita, our photographer. He zoomed in a little bit better, so he's got a little bit better view. But yeah, it looks like it's their drone.
Okay, and we are hearing from TMZ at this point that P. Diddy, Sean Combs' home in Miami is being raided as well. Again, TMZ reporting that his home in Miami is reportedly being raided right now as well. So clearly a link in all of this, but as far as more information in terms of what they're looking for, why this raid is being conducted, still more questions than answers at this point. We're looking for answers and more clarity. So we're hoping to get more of that.
Hold up, y'all. We gotta find some more. Gotta find some more on Diddy. On Pete Diddy. Ooh, let's look at his drug dealer. Let's look at his
Damning. Going through the
White House
allegations
has
that we've already
come
read through,
to
John, I
JFK,
mean, like, obviously some of these cases are still ongoing. He settled some of them. How involved do you think each of these accusers were in the Fed's decision to raid this house?
Well, again, it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. One thing that is somewhat unique about some criminal charges, and I'm not sure exactly what they're contemplating going after him for in this case, but there are criminal charges, murder being the most obvious one, where there is no statute of limitations for it, on the books. So, if they want to go after you decades after you've committed certain crimes, and again, we don't know what has been alleged here yet, but if they want to go after you, they can, pile up evidence for many, many years, and then decide that they can, put together a case that they want to bring. And as I mentioned in the previous video this afternoon, Andy, there are if this turns out to be a RICO case, which it looks like it probably is, then you need to have a number of incidents that are what they call predicate incidents, predicate activities, and they need to be carried out within a certain time window. It's 10 years usually. And that's the point at which they can start to build a case. The prosecutors already probably have a pretty good idea of what they want to accomplish, what charges they want to bring. We're just in the evidence gathering stage right now to try and determine what it is that they feel is most likely to succeed if they decide to go to court.
Got it. Kim, Lewis, if you got a question in chat, if you have a question, feel free to send it over. There's a link to support and ways to send. While John's still here, please send it over. Lewis or Kim, before I go back to some more of the plan I have, we're going to update you on more of the latest and such. But Kim or Lewis, do you have a question for John on this topic?
I do. I'm curious what your opinion is about some of the things that have come out in the civil suits. I believe contain evidence that would be crucial to a criminal trial. For example, I think one of the most egregious things that we have heard up until this point is the allegation that Diddy blew up rapper Kid Cudi's car, which Cassie alleged in her lawsuit, which has now been settled, but also that Kid Cudi's representative confirmed that to the press. So when you have a situation like that, where there's obviously like damage of property, I guess would be how we would call it, not to mention, endangering someone potentially. Is that something that would then be taken into account?
Yeah, sure. I mean, any evidence that's out there of other crimes, or that Diddy's activity has been part of what's sometimes called a continuing criminal enterprise. Yeah, and I mean, if I assume that the episode with the car that you just referenced is, conceivably some sort of intimidation, that could certainly be brought in. I mean, we're talking about all these cases that have been out there. Those are largely civil cases. This is a criminal case, and so the civil activity, the evidence that's been collected, depositions that have been given, all that kind of stuff can all be rolled over in most cases into a criminal case. So, that, to answer your question, I mean, yes, it all becomes relevant. None of it just sort of disappears out there in the ether. It's all still out there, and it's all looming large.
I have a question. John, thanks for coming on in here. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
With the heavy-handedness, well, not really in my opinion, but a lot of people think there were a lot of troops there, Homeland Security and whatnot, armed. If P. Diddy would have been there, it looks like there were a couple arrests. Would he have been arrested in your opinion? And do you think there's a warrant for his arrest? And to add to that, could he be under arrest as we speak and it hasn't been announced yet?
Sure, that's possible. Although I suspect given his notoriety, being a high profile celebrity, if he had been arrested, I would think that Department of Justice is pretty quick to, and the FBI are pretty quick to put out press releases. So I would think that if he had been arrested, we would know about it, or the media would know about it. One thing that is interesting is that, his private jet took off from Van Nuys Airport in California yesterday, I believe it was, and landed in Antigua, which is an island in the Caribbean southeast of Puerto Rico. And he was apparently located, and I don't know if it was TMZ or somebody had some video of Diddy at the executive air terminal in Miami, allegedly. And so that kind of raises the question. I mean, you have all this stuff going on, and like you said, a very heavy-handed raid going on in a house, and he's not there, but lo and behold, he's at an airport in Florida, at a private terminal type of, an executive airport, and his plane.
Diddy. Oh. Okay, y'all. So look at here. Look at here. Diddy's alleged mule arrested on drug charges doing federal agent run-in. Okay, let's read. Okay, Diddy's alleged mule. Let me make this bigger for me. Hold on. Okay, y'all, here we go. Diddy's alleged mule, as described in a recent lawsuit, was arrested Monday while Diddy and his crew were stopped by federal law enforcement agents, TMZ has confirmed. According to the affidavit obtained by TMZ, 25-year-old Brendan Paul was booked on 2 separate drug charges after the feds intercepted Diddy's plane at the Opelika Airport in Miami, namely 1 count of possession of suspected cocaine and another of possession of suspected marijuana candy, both of which are felonies in Florida. I said Florida. So this is the plane. That's them apprehending it. It says in the paperwork, officers claimed that they were working the conjunction with Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol Border Protection personnel. They came across what they described as the suspected drugs in Paul's travel bags, which they say he claimed. The cops go on to say that the suspected narcotics were tested and found to be legit, leading to Paul's arrest. He was booked into jail but has since bailed out. So was Diddy with him? Paul was named in Rodney Jones' explosive complaint against Diddy, which identified him as a close confidant of Diddy's, and more importantly, as someone who allegedly handles Diddy's drugs/guns. There are photos of Paul with Diddy included in Rodney's lawsuit. Yes, it is. There they go, y'all. And the final part says, there is no evidence thus far that the drugs allegedly found on Paul were in any way connected to Diddy. And then FWIW, Diddy has previously I don't know. Diddy has previously denied all Rodney's claims, and then they said they reached out to the Diddy account. So far, no word back. Of course it ain't no word back. Of course it's not. Like, wow. Well, so that's that part. So all the pieces falling together. And like I said, if you watch Sloan Bella, the medium, she definitely told us about it. She definitely did. Let's see. And then I can show y'all when she told us about it. We're gonna share this tab, share my screen. Look, watch when I did the video on it. Right here. The video is called Tiffany Red Exposes P. Diddy for Doing What Kim Porter Told Sloan Bella last year. Let's play it.
That this is expected of you. If you want this to happen, this is expected of you. So I don't feel it was like a love at first sight thing for her. I feel like she was doing what she thought she should do. And she
Wait a minute. Let's see which part.
was kind of done with it, like almost instantly. The blackmailing, the trafficking, the drugging, that's what trafficking is. Keeping somebody against their free will.
Wait a minute. As growing up, like as a grown man, it make you think like, maybe he knew this one his son, so he hemming him up, putting him in these types of situations. Watch, y'all, this stuff, y'all. Hollywood is weird. Talking about people knowing that Justin's supposedly not his son.
Offset. Is there a connection to P. Diddy and Offset? Is there some sort of a connection?
Take off. Murder.
I just, because I'm hearing it, I'm like, wait, that doesn't sound like what she's saying. Offset. Okay, so I feel
like she be talking to her right there.
He's responsible for a lot of things, but he's not responsible. He's also taking orders from somebody higher up. I'm wondering what the connection is to Offset with P. Diddy. I have no idea, but I just keep hearing this right now. Like I can't stop saying his name, and I don't know or what kind of music. I know it's hip hop or rap or something, but
she don't know all about the industry.
There's a connection there as well. So we're going kind of down that road. So there's all of these people in the crossfires, and I'm not sure whether that's good or bad, but I just heard that. So there's people that are coming for everybody. Okay, there's a connection. There's a connection to that.
To the
person, Offset, and that side. And like it's just systematic. It's gonna level like dominoes, level shit. It's being leveled. I don't know what that connection is. Somebody has to tell me. Okay, so when I look at Kim Porter, she's got a lot of stuff. She's taking notes. She took a lot of notes. There's a lot of notes, and her girlfriends have this information as well. Here's the problem I'm seeing. Some of the information that she has and some of the information that Cassie has is extremely damaging to people who are in higher worldly order, I guess, higher up on the food chain on this planet. So when she speaks and P. Diddy goes down, they have to shut his mouth because these other people don't want to be caught. But it's weird. I'm going this way and then over here, offset, right over here. So pay attention to that. I am seeing something by March. With P. Diddy, another level of this. We're not done.
What's today?
It's like he's going to have to keep.
Okay. What's today? February 29th.
Over the hole in the roof.
Technically March.
Coming through. So just when he thinks he covered up the hole, another hole starts down there. When he thinks he covered that hole, another hole starts over there. So it's not going to stop. Like he's not off the hook. He may have paid Kathy, and good for her for getting out of it. Horrific. It doesn't matter who you slept with. Why is that blackmail? Stand up and say, this dude drugged me and he did this. She finally said it. And he doesn't want to face what he's done, but it doesn't matter. He's exceptionally psychic, by the way, so he gets physical feelings on when this is coming down.
Y'all hear
and
this?
He kind of knows it. And when he talks about Kim Porter,
that's what she said. P. Diddy, like, be going in and out of y'all. Have y'all been reading? I've been seeing a lot where P. Diddy was rushed to the hospital unconscious, always naked. Like, why are you passing out butt naked? Like, where are you?
That's weird though. That's very weird though, you know.
Right. Like, why are you always butt naked when you passing out? But yeah, that's one thing. So it make me think when I rewind to this other part, because I heard this last year. So I've been waiting on this to come. Like, ooh.
Yeah, I
Did
guess
she say
that's
about the
why he
person with the
had to
red
get.
hair yet? Did she say that part yet?
Yeah, but I guess you know like Tupac's interviews and stuff like that back 20 to 30 years ago, right? Tupac said so much stuff. He exposed Diddy 20 years back, but most people didn't know that.
Oh, and she did one with Tupac too, and he said that too. Man, this lady, when I
Tupac
said
actually
her
said so
readings,
much in his interviews. I seen that Tupac exposed Diddy in his interviews. Though people just thought that he has. People just, or people then just thought he
that's
just
why
didn't
he's
like
not here
him
no
or he had
more.
beef. So they didn't. Yeah, of course, that's right. To get
Same
rid of
thing
him.
with Biggie. That's why Biggie not here. Biggie's supposed to have been in London, not LA. I mean
Yeah.
Vegas. He was supposed to have been in London.
Yeah,
He
of
did it all
course.
at the last minute. Like, oh no, let's go to. He was supposed to have been in London.
Yeah.
It would have been alive.
Yeah, that makes sense though.
Nice and all good, like meaning talks nicely about her, at least publicly, to his kids, shuts the wall down with her. I don't even know. I shut it. He's trying to feel her energy, and I'm going to put it this way. Once she ended up dead, okay, Kim Porter, when she died, and they use the word dead wrong, because when we pass out of this physical existence, we are not dead. Dead is the absence of God in your life. So to step away from God, okay,
you hear that right?
Your soul is to be dead.
You die when you pass, when you step away from God, not when you just die at your body. When you step away from God, meaning when you sell your soul, that's when you die.
Yeah.
So we don't die when we
Wait, so
leave
basically
this
that
body.
in a way though that the moment that you know you don't have your faith in God, the fear of basically, you know, the hellfire is gone, and the desire to basically go to a good place is gone also. So basically when you're not connected with God anymore, again, the moment I used to feel that a lot. So basically I used to feel their presence a lot, even though
all of those things, is that they attach the energy of that person leaving here. Because sometimes, just look at it this way, let's say you die in an accident suddenly, or you're murdered or whatever, you're going to be sad. You have kids, you have a home, you have a family. As far as I know, we only can remember this right now. And when you step out, you're like, oh my God, my family, my kids, my mother, you know, my sister, my babies. That's what most of us would be thinking. And so that sense of like, oh my God, I just died, and the expression energy wise that they would feel, that's when they come in and they try to take it. So what they're doing is they are keeping slaves on this side, such as Cassie, okay, so she's basically a slave because she was trafficked. They're keeping slaves over here and when they cross out of their physical bodies. That has more to do with the musicians that dies. The musicians that die of these overdoses or accidents or murder or whatever the hell happens. It has more to do with that. They capture that energy. And therefore, they can use that essence to go over here and keep doing what they're doing. It's weird. It's a thing we don't even understand. I don't think that we're even supposed to see that, but the frequency is moving sideways, so we are being shown that. I want to say Offset again. I don't think he's dead, but I want to say Offset.
She's talking about Takeoff.
I just kept hearing that. So there's a connection there too. I don't know what it is. He may know something and he may say something.
Yeah,
or somebody connected to him may know something. I don't know. There is a connection there. Anyway, there's a definite connection there. Watch for March of 2024, March, April, Easter time frame. Easter.
Get it?
Lamb.
What's she saying?
Watch for that. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's happening there, but it might be nothing, but that's what I just heard. So I'm going to put it out there. Put myself out on a ledge again. Okay. And once again, my name is Flo.
I got to go back because I want to hear you to hear something else.
Focus with her physical body.
1 minute.
Into the physical trait. This is that her kids were left in this predicament. Out of that, I actually see that.
See, man, this go deep.
The street being drugged
with Kim.
His energy of what's going on this week with P. Diddy is he thinks he's being basically forced into the media for something that he doesn't feel is as bad as it is. His former girlfriend, the one that accused him of trafficking, kidnapping, blackmail, sexual abuse, drug addiction, which is kind of what they do when they traffic people. They keep you in a state of being drugged so you can't fight back. That happens all the time. That's why they drug you. That's why you see working girls on the street being drugged. Because why the hell would they be out there unless they were drugged once they start doing it, right? Maybe the first day they don't know what they're getting themselves into, but a week into it, they probably want to take off. And then it becomes two things. The issue of shame and an issue of being medicated and unable to form a congruent thought to be able to say, I need to get away from this guy. You know you need to get away from him. Finally, Cassie was able to speak, and she was helped by an older man really close to her family who held her hand. So somebody came to help her out of that. I actually see that energetically. Now, when we're talking about the way that P. Diddy allegedly, but it's not alleged, it's actually factually, everybody says allegedly. If people would talk in realistic terms, if people know enough about P. Diddy to know that that is how he treated her. It's not really alleged. It's like out there, okay? And it's especially out there now. He settled immediately. Now, I wanted to focus on
immediately for way more than what she asked for.
I want everybody to understand that she really focuses on her children and their heart and how they're going to feel because they're protective of their father. They want to have a
remember, I
connection
just
with
told
their
you the
family
twins that just ran away though right now. And remember, she said this back in November. Yeah, they was protected till their mama started surrounding them and letting them know. And they start seeing like, oh, they dad is not this good man. They knew.
Lost their mother. So when you lose your mother and you have a mother and father, you have other family too, but they're not your mother and father. So there's sadness from her part around that because the sadness is that her kids were left in this predicament where that is their surviving parent. There's also a tremendous amount of sadness from her about her family, in particular siblings and mother, who cannot get past what happened to her, cannot get over it. And it's not that you get over that. You don't get over the death of a child or a sibling, but they are stuck. And the reason they're stuck is because they want the truth. And she's acknowledging this, and the truth is slowly trickling out. So they are going to get the answers that they want. And I'm also being told that there is somebody looking into the physical traits of Kim, meaning whatever physicality they have. I don't know if they had a toothbrush with toothpaste. I don't know if they had hair from her hairbrush. I don't know what they have, but they have physical written documentation, okay, like as in somebody recorded her talking or she recorded it, and they have some sort of evidence with her physical body. So this is either something the coroner collected or it was collected before, but you can run.
Because remember, her original death
family
was
100
ruled a homicide. And then they fired that long time celebrity coroner, and then got another one, and then he came with that, oh, it was pneumonia. Go get out of here. Ain't nobody retarded.
percent feels that she didn't die of, quote, the natural causes.
Oh, I forgot. And then that coroner, the celebrity one that basically was like, I'm done with this. I'm not gonna keep on doing this for y'all. We did it with Michael. We did it with Whitney. We did with he was like, He ended up unalived.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you're right. I guess so. With Wiley's brother, like, he said so much about Drake and stuff like that. When he said it, basically, they had a reason to go after him. So they just needed a reason. Like, he's been saying stuff in the underground and no one noticed. But when he said what he said in 2020 and stuff like that, and he had to go on the news explaining what he was saying, and he didn't mean it like that and everything. Eventually, at some point, they had to blacklist him. So, like, when he got blacklisted, eventually, what he had to, I don't know, now he's basically on the run anyway. He ran away from the UK anyway, and he's in Dubai hiding somewhere now.
You said Wale?
Wiley. Type his name on Google.
Okay,
Wiley.
spell it for me.
WILEY. Wiley.
Okay, Wiley. Okay, I'm gonna look it up on my other phone while this play.
It's too easy to say she died like that. This is what bothers her. This bothers her. She tries to talk to her family. She tries to talk to them. She's kind of funny. I'm sure all of our loved ones try to do that, but the family will feel her and will have a sense of knowing she's there. But the level of sadness that they feel worries her quite a bit. So she's very, very aware of that. When I mention her former boyfriend, the energy pulls back. So she's not so focused on him. I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming, is what she said. I knew this was coming. It was set into motion going back 16 years. He had a 16-year climb. I don't know what happened in 2007, but he had some sort of a shift energetically, and he took a choice or made a choice that took him on the wrong path. He was already on the wrong path, okay? Starting with a J-Lo thing in the club. That is why her career kicked off, because when you keep your mouth shut around P. Diddy, you get rewarded, right? So whatever happened in 2007 was so noted on an energetic level. You cannot escape the frequency of your actions, even if you escape repercussions on earth. You cannot escape frequency. So no matter what you do or say, no matter how you approach things, you cannot escape what you've done. Like if you go out down the street and there's no motive for you to do something to somebody and you rob them and run them over, if people don't see you and you're not connected to them, obviously they're not going to know who you are because there's no motive. So how would you have repercussions for that if nobody could catch you? So, P. Diddy's girlfriend, Cassie, this one that just came out in the media for the horrific abuse she suffered, horrific abuse, and trauma bond and drugged and dragged through the mud and blackmailed. First thing, young ladies out there, and I've said this my whole life, I don't care if you're a sex worker, I don't care if you have orgies, I don't care how many people you sleep with, don't you carry shame with it. Even if some guy drugged you and you did it, you're like, what the fuck did I do? Speak it so they can't control you. Very important. P. Diddy is operating on a frequency
I'm finna
that
get ready
is
to go take the
fear-based,
test to the
and
dentist.
it does one of two things when he does this. When he has a relationship with a girl like Cassie, number one.
Did you hear me? Hello? You didn't hear me. Hello? Okay, guys, so I just want to play that showing y'all that Sloan Bella was who
She's
basically,
young and
you know,
she's
she said a long time ago that he was gonna be exposed. Wait a minute. What's this part?
basically pliable. Okay, so there's a huge age difference there because women his own age might not be as impressed with him. Okay, so she assumes that he's coming at her in a relationship in an authentic way. Although I will say, I feel like she was forced into the relationship with P. Diddy from someone else. And by forced, I mean someone introduced them and kind of said, this is expected of you. If you want this to happen, this is expected of you. So I don't feel it was like a love at first sight thing for her. I feel like she was doing what she thought she should do. And she was kind of done with it, like almost instantly. The blackmailing, the trafficking, the drugging, that's what trafficking is. Keeping somebody against their free will, especially when they're not sober, and forcing them into actions and situations that go against their moral compass in order to degrade them and then control them with said actions that degraded them. So don't let anything degrade you. Take responsibility for what you do and say, you know, I was fucked up, I was drugged, he drugged me. That's not really your responsibility, but you can say it and start speaking it. That removes his power. What he's doing to her is a form of vampirism. He's not biting her neck and sucking her blood. That's not what I mean. But energetically, he's enjoying it and he's pulling her energy to him because he's controlling it. That's what he likes to do. Now, there's an interesting twist in this. He settled so quickly, obviously, because he didn't want to go into court. She didn't want to go into court either. I wouldn't want to go into court. I would want them calling me all kinds of names, like, why didn't you leave? I mean, they're not well versed on trauma bonds and all kinds of things that happen that we have now become to understand what these things are. A lot of us through family circumstances, all kinds of things. And when you add drugs to it, you really don't have your free will. Now, the reason that everybody and their cousin drugs their abuse victims, okay, you hear that all the time. The girl got in the car, they gave her drugs. They shot her up. They put drugs in her coffee. They put drugs in this. She acted weird. They drugged her. They roofied her. They roofied him. The reason you hear that so much is when the drugs enter the physical body, okay? So your physical vibration, which is in tune with your etheric body. But the etheric body is kind of just visiting here, meaning for 80 years, 70 years, whatever, we're alive. Our spirit body then can leave the physical. So in order to get control of a physical vessel, look at your body like a car, but in order to get control of it, if you drug a person, roofie them, give them drugs, give them too much alcohol, whatever it is, too much weed, too much anything, whatever it is, their etheric body from the lining of the physical body splits. So there's a doorway in there. Now let's look at this in a different way because I've tried to explain this to people. The best way I know how to explain it is if somebody's going to rob your house, they look for several things. First, they look for nobody to be home. Okay. Right. So like if you're home and you have a shotgun and a German Shepherd, they're probably not going to break into your house.
Right.
I mean, they can. I've heard of it, but not usually. If the door is slightly open and not locked, a window, a door, a garage, you will find that they go in through, the person will say, oh, I left the window open for the cat or whatever. And the people will rob the house in that fashion instead of just like breaking the glass and jumping in. When you drug a person, the door is left slightly open. The etheric body gets a tear in it, and it's very easy to open that door and to take access energetically. I'm speaking strictly energetically. Also understand that unless your vibrations are completely tight like this, okay, so think of people who have hip problems, and when they walk, their body is not tight and forward motion. There's always a focus on what they can't move. If you look at people that have need hip surgery, they kind of pull that side of the body with them. It's not a fluid movement together in harmony. That's what happens when they get into your body with drugs. So drugging people is like 101 to take over the frequency. Now, a lot of people drug people to get their own way on earth. This P. Diddy drugs people for frequency control. I want complete frequency control of whoever. And it's not just Kathy, it's not just Kim Porter, it's so many other people. And by the way, in P. Diddy's case, the sodomy ritual, yes, the ritual that they use in order to conjure up energy, call it sexual magic, call it black magic, call it whatever you want, but they do that. Okay, so never think that it's crazy and people don't do it. It goes all the way back to Egyptian chimes. It goes all the way back before Jesus. It goes all the way back. They do all kinds of energetic. It seems stupid to us if you say, I'm going to sacrifice somebody. That seems dumb. It's like sacrificing for what?
Right.
But energetically, they're taking that energy. They are consuming that energy. When that happens, they get more energy. Now, what I'm seeing, and this is specifically coming from the energy of Kim, because I've been asking about it. She was actually, when I see her energy, okay, she's a strong, vibrant, articulate, even in spirit woman. And she wants her family to know she's okay. And she also wants people to know that this is not done. And that what's going to happen with P. Diddy over the next 4 years, it's a 4-year progression. So we're in almost 2024, so go to 2028 or thereabouts. What's going to happen to him is his vibration is moving this way and sideways, while the rest of the people are leveling up and to the opposite direction. So what she's showing me is that he will be forgotten about, which seems impossible because he's been all over the news like a crazy person, and he's very famous and very wealthy. Another thing that I'm being shown is that he doesn't own all his wealth. It's a weird thing to say. He's got allegedly $700 million, if not more. That's just like, I mean, that's going back into the mid 2000s when they guesstimated that. It's not his money I'm being shown. So when they tell you these people have that money, he cannot do what he wants with all that money. That's a trick. It's a trap. It doesn't exist. I'm being told it doesn't exist. That does not mean he doesn't have 13 homes, a bunch of nice ass clothes, cars, Lamborghinis, women, tricks, every equipment. He is given those things with part of the money, but he doesn't have control over it all. And they are siphoning it for him right now. I'm seeing it like a milkshake, and there's a straw, and his wealth is being sucked. So by him agreeing to pay Cassie off, the others are coming behind until there's a complete and utter takedown of P. Diddy and his 3 right-hand men. Okay? 3. So
Y'all
there's
hear
going to
that
be a
right?
takedown that comes in
3 people
with that,
going
and he's going to try to step away. They're not done. And here's another thing I'm being shown. Okay, I don't know how to word this. This to me reminds me of like a binding spell in voodoo, and I don't know what I'm talking about with that. But his mouth is being sewn up. So when I see his face, the image I get is the mouth is being sewn up. So he is going to be unable to speak for some reason. I can't talk. I cannot speak for myself anymore. This to me sounds like a losing of faculties, a losing of thought, a losing of thinking. I cannot speak, but it's sewed up around his mouth. That's actually how I'm seeing it. They're going to stitch his mouth shut.
Wow.
Why? I ask why. This is how it works for me.
This was
so when something
back
hits
in
me, I get
November
impressions,
of
and I just express
2023.
those impressions. I could be right, I could be wrong, obviously. Nobody's 100% right.
In March,
It's always worked
April,
this way for me. So when I ask
this was
him
happening.
energetically, in my head, how do I want to word that? When I ask her why his mouth is being sewn up, it's because of his.
Oh yeah, Kim is talking beyond the grave. Kim Porter is talking beyond the grave. Yes. This was all this video. My video was a couple of months ago, but Sloan Bella did this video back in October, November last year. And then she even did one before that said that Cassie was gonna be the one to like that he was gonna. Yes, this lady be on point. I love her with all her readings. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, her friend that released that book called Bling came up unalive and don't nobody know what. No, we're not. Yeah, so let's start.
His mentors, and they don't want it coming out over here, even though some of them are outing themselves. These are old guys connected to old time, old style Motown. And she's showing me that he's being shut up from outing them or from speaking about them for some reason. So there's a hierarchy going on here, and there's a total takedown of him. He is being sacrificed. So he may think he gets away with stuff. He may think it's cool he does what he does, but now he's the sacrificial lamb. And I do mean that. There's something that comes up with him in March, speaking of the lamb, during the Easter time frame, March, April, right in that time frame. That's why I said lamb. There's something else that's going to come up with him. We are not done. It is a complete takedown. And then you will see this man's energy. So his three close right-hand people, and I have no idea who they are. I don't know who he considers close. There might be people he's seen within public, and they might not actually be his three right-hand men. His responsibility goes long and far, but on a frequency level, astral level, which means when the physical body stops breathing, we step out into the realm around us. So it's like stepping into the air, into the ethers, except there's a doorway into another energy frequency. That's all it is. It's a frequency, like a radio station. Okay. So when we're talking about it, he steps into a different frequency and they are blocking him. So you're not going to be able to connect with his energy as you evolve. I mean, you, the people, we, the people, all of us are not going to understand like where his power is gone, because it's going to be so obvious that we don't focus on him. And as a result of that, he cannot continue to do what he does. That is the balancing of karma. It's balance. Karma is not vindictive, it's balance. So when somebody is not responsible for their repercussions on earth, and they can just shove it under the counter, there is a strong female connected to Kim who's going to come out with more information, and it involves her family members and him. Okay, strong thing. A lot of people knew what this man did. That was confusing to me because I understand money and power. And I understand, as is the case with Harvey Weinstein, a lot of people knew what was going on and nobody said anything until everybody said everything. We're seeing the same takedown. The time frame that we're in, Earth or this planet, is evolving, and it is a spiritual war. So if you are harming the essence and frequency of another person, and you continue to do it right now, your repercussions are to be removed from that frequency. Now, what does P. Diddy need most? He needs our attention, our admiration. He needs us to pay attention to him. Yep. He needs us on a frequency level. So this is what's happening to him. He's not, people are not going to respond. Like, he can walk down the street and people will not notice him. I mean, they might, but it's not going to be the same where people are like, oh my God. And there are younger musicians that are going to come out against him and talk about what he did. The bodies that are buried. Okay. So the bodies that are buried, they're going to talk about it. Talk about it. There are men in other countries who are going to speak about it. There is political connections to him in other countries and this country. They're going to speak about it. He will not be able to spend his money. That huge amount of wealth. I mean, what are you going to spend that on? But do you ever wonder why these people only donate to specific organizations in a specific way, as opposed to, for example, leaving 600 million of the 700 million to help the homeless in LA or help people in the Ukraine or whatever it is? Yeah, no, not going to happen. Not going to happen because he doesn't have control of that money. I'm literally being shown that. He has a lot of that money, but not all of it. So there is some sort of bait and switch that they have done to us when we look at somebody and admire them in order to keep our energy attached to his energy and attached to the idea that that's the way to live. That's not the way to live because he's basically void inside. Okay, so there's a voidness. Kim Porter stands up so strong. Okay, She stands up so strong. I am being represented, and they will find out what he did. I am being, so somebody is legally representing her in her death, is what I'm being told. I don't know who it is or how that works, but somebody is representing her. I am not without basis for somebody to help me. She's being helped. And it's not behind the scenes. Somebody on this side is helping her image, her memory, her spirit on that side. She is not going to remain listed as a pneumonia death. I mean, it might be, but people are going to know what happened to her. She's a really good girlfriend, and there's
That's what these people do on be on.
There we go. There we
They'll
go.
make a
Gonna
fake
end
account
it
out of
right
your
there
name and go harass
because we headed to the
yeah,
dentist
them
and we
thinking that
heard
it's
that
you.
part. So that was recorded November.
That was that. I want to share that to let you guys know that Storm Bella, Salome Bella is who, exposed that. And I'm going to keep a watch, on the updates and what's going on. We've been on here for 4 hours. I did plan on making another live, just giving you guys an update on Sebastian and the footage and stuff that I got. I did ride past his home yesterday. I went to the last search location. I also went to the bowling alley to Striking Spear, and I put up some flyers because I only saw one when I was walking out. I didn't see it when I first went in, so I put up one of the bigger flyers that I had or whatever. And then soon after I left, because I had to leave around 1:30 because I had to get the kids from school, I get a text message. It's just that that they set up a site right there at the Striking Spear, and then next thing I knew, they was talking about JR was getting harassed by the police because the Cajun Navy, aka scammers, done called the police on him. So yeah, we got a lot to check into, y'all, but I don't see any other updates on the bridge. Let's see. Look like they still live. Okay, they're giving some kind of update conference. Let's see.
Secretary Buttigieg. I want to turn it over to the dean of our delegation and someone who has been leading from the front this entire time, and we are deeply grateful for the leadership of Senator Ben Cardin.
Governor Moore, first of all, thank you very much for getting our whole team together to meet this challenge.
That's from the possession of an officer killed.
Families of those that are lost at sea at this moment. As the governor said, it's still a search and rescue. So we are hopeful and we are with the families. I also want to underscore our thanks to our first responders. They did an extraordinary job, acting very quickly and saved lives. So we thank our first responders for everything that they have done. I just really want to underscore a couple points. Our first priority is the search and rescue for those that were on the bridge. We then need to make sure that the channel is reopened. It's critically important to our economy. It affects many, many jobs. It affects not only jobs here in Maryland, but around the country and world. So our next priority is make sure we get that channel opened. And then we also need to replace the bridge for the surface transportation. We're going to work together as a team. I am very impressed by all the partners that are with us today. We heard from them at the state level, the local level, the federal level. I particularly want to acknowledge our federal partners. The Secretary of Transportation is with us. We have the Coast Guard. We have the Army Corps of Engineers. We have the investigators. We have the Small Business Administration. They're all here because of the commitment of the partners that work together. A special thanks to President Biden, who's made it very, very clear that he'll do everything in his power to make sure that we get the help we need to deal with the challenge. But as Secretary Buttigieg told us in our briefings, he's going to need the help of Congress in order to get things done. So I want to acknowledge our team, Senator Van Hollen, my partner in the United States Senate on the Appropriations Committee.
Let me rewind this song because we're behind,
Fume.
and we need to see exactly what they're talking about.
Because you can see clearly from the direction it went that it was veering off in one direction. I would have to assume they were trying to ground, intentionally ground, rather than intentionally trying to obviously hit this bridge.
Sure. And going off of that, is it difficult to verify if it was the power outage that caused this?
No. Frankly, I don't think this will be a particularly difficult investigation for the NTSB, Coast Guard, FBI. I know there's a lot of different agencies involved when you're dealing with a disaster of this magnitude. But no, you're going to have, frankly, the most important witnesses are going to be the pilots. You're going to have
More has been suspended.
Thank you.
This afternoon, investigation in the U.S. Coast Guard will support it. Now, the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore collapsed after it was hit by a large container ship early this morning. You can see it here from this overhead view. The collision sent a number of vehicles and people into the water below. And you can still see the presence of officials that are still on scene right now as they continue this investigation. We want to take you out right now to a little bit more of this coverage from our team at Fox 5 in DC as they continue to talk with experts about what we know so far, and as we do the same here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen.
Down in a matter of seconds. As a policy expert in the world of infrastructure, I mean, are you as shocked as the rest of us?
Shocked by the speed of the collapse. Probably I am. It was a situation where
We're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs.
It's been there throughout. Good afternoon. Since we last had a chance to speak, we've had the opportunity to spend time with the families, had the opportunity to pray with them and pray for them. And the strength of these families is absolutely remarkable. And we want to let them know that we are here with you every single step of the way. We are praying for you now and always, and we always will. We've also had the chance to spend time with a lot of our first responders who we mentioned before, the work that they have done since early in the morning and they have not stopped since is truly remarkable. These are individuals who in the middle of the night jumped into some very challenging environments, some very challenging territories, and have not stopped in their quest to making sure that each and every person is seen and supported and lifted up. And so to our first responders, today and always, we just want to say from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. We've also had a chance to speak with both the president and the vice president, who have been full-throated in their support of everything that we're doing here in Maryland. And we just want to say how grateful we are to them, how grateful we are to the Secretary of Transportation and the Department of Transportation, who within hours of this happening, I was on the phone with the Secretary of Transportation. I think Secretary Buttigieg called me at 3:30 in the morning. And now he and his entire team have been down here this afternoon spending time looking at the efforts, looking at the damage, and also identifying what they can do to support and help. Can't tell you enough how much we appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. And also, please let the President and the Vice President know from the bottom of our heart how much we appreciate it as well. We've also had a chance to be here with our remarkable congressional delegation. From the earliest parts of the morning, our congressional delegation has been there throughout. And I always say I'm grateful that I've got such a remarkable congressional delegation. And today, I just have another example as to why I am a very lucky governor to have the congressional delegation that I have. And also our state, our local elected officials, Mayor Scott, who literally got a call from the very first thing in the morning. I know you have had no rest in a very long time, sir. And so I want to say how much we appreciate you. But also, it's to the members of the philanthropic community who've been reaching out and offering support. It's the members of the private sector who've been reaching out and offering support. It's the sandwich companies who have said we're going to shut down because we just want to make sure that the first responders are getting meals. Everybody has stepped up. Everybody has raised their hands to serve. And I can tell you, it is so deeply appreciated. It's so deeply felt. And for everyone who is offering prayers and support, I can tell you those prayers are working and we are grateful. And the thing that I would ask for people to remember is this. The first, this is very much still a search.
I don't think
and
he's gonna
rescue
show us his
mission.
hand, Melissa.
We are still actively looking for survivors. We know, and that's the pledge we've made to these families. And this is still very much an active search and rescue mission. And there is not a single resource that we will hold off on deploying. I have already authorized the deployment of everything from air, land, and sea resources to make sure that this search and rescue operation is carried out to its fullest intent. The second thing I want to remind people is that this will not be short. There's going to be a long road. There's going to be a long road, not just as we go from search and rescue. There'll be a long road as we talk about what does the future of this region, the future of the area look like. And we're going to need each and every one of you. We're thankful to have partners like what we have in the Biden-Harris administration. We're thankful for the partners that we have in our federal delegation. We're thankful for the partners we have in our state and local leadership. We're thankful for the partners that we have in the private sector and the philanthropic community. We're thankful for the partners that we have within the Moore Miller administration. We're thankful for each and every one of you, both Marylanders and non-Marylanders who have reached out and offered support. We feel it. We need it. And we are truly grateful for it. And I think just in this time, this state has been able to show what it means to be Maryland tough and Baltimore strong. And this state and this city,
I'm gonna send you my WhatsApp number, Melissa, so we can stay connected. You can join my Discord too.
Pete Buttigieg, with a deep sense of thanks and appreciation. Oh, I apologize. Before I turn it over to Secretary Buttigieg, I want to turn it over to the dean of our delegation, and someone who has been leading from the front this entire time, and we are deeply grateful for the leadership of Senator Ben Cardin.
Governor Moore, first of all, thank you very much for getting our whole team together to meet this challenge. And our prayers are with the families of those that are lost at sea at this moment. As the governor said, it's still a search and rescue. So we are hopeful and we are with the families. I also want to underscore our thanks to our first responders. They did an extraordinary job, acting very quickly and saved lives. So we thank our first responders for everything that they have done. I just really want to underscore a couple points. Our first priority is the search and rescue for those that were on the bridge. We then need to make sure that the channel is reopened. It's critically important to our economy. It affects many, many jobs. It affects not only jobs here in Maryland, but around the country and world. So our next priority is make sure we get that channel opened. And then we also need to fix and replace the bridge for the surface transportation. We're going to work together as a team. I am very impressed by all the partners that are with us today. We heard from them at the state level, the local level, the federal level. I particularly want to acknowledge our federal partners. Secretary of Transportation is with us. We have the Coast Guard. We have the Army Corps of Engineers. We have the investigators. We have the Small Business Administration. They're all here because of the commitment of the partners that work together. A special thanks to President Biden, who's made it very, very clear that he'll do everything in his power to make sure that we get the help we need to deal with this challenge. But as Secretary Buttigieg told us in our briefings, he's going to need the help of Congress in order to get things done. So I want to acknowledge our team, Senator Van Hollen, my partner in the United States Senate on the Appropriations Committee, the work that he's doing. Congressman Mfume is here. Congressman Trone is here. Team Maryland, our federal delegation is committed to working together. Senator Van Hollen and I got calls from our leadership that said they're prepared, Secretary Buttigieg, to do everything that we need to do in Congress to make sure you have the resources and the federal partners have the resources in order to get the job done. So I want to thank Senator Schumer for his call and his comments. Senator Murray, Senator Carper, Chair of the Environment and Public Works Committee, have all been in touch with us. It is a team effort, and we're going to make sure that we do everything we can to protect our economy and protect the people of our state. With that, let me just turn it back to the governor or Secretary Buttigieg. This guy woke all of us up early this morning, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank Senator Cardin and the entire delegation for their leadership. They have been on this from the first moments. And as the senator mentioned, and I'll say more about this in a moment, we'll be needing to work together to make sure that we render all of the support that is needed at the federal level. I want to recognize the leadership of Governor Moore, who was already wide awake and hard at work when I reached in the middle of the night. We just had a very informative briefing with his extraordinary leadership team. And I was moved to see the partnership between state as well as county and city personnel, led by the county executive and the mayor, working hand in glove with us and with our sister federal agencies. And if there's one thing I have to say today, it is a note of gratitude for the extraordinary and courageous work of the first responders, some of whom are in that cold water right now, some of whom are from right here, some of whom have traveled in to render mutual aid, all of whom are responding with extraordinary professionalism and whose work has already saved lives. And to those state, county, and local responders, I would add the extraordinary work of the United States Coast Guard. We should also recognize that this is an excruciating day for several families who went to bed last night having it be a normal night and woke up today to news that no one wants to receive. They are hoping and praying, and we are hoping and praying with them. We are all putting our arms around the community of Baltimore, and that is true for all of this country. I've even heard from counterparts as far away as the United Kingdom reaching out to express their support to the people of Baltimore. As has been mentioned, I've been in close contact with the governor, the mayor, county leadership, and the congressional delegation. And as President Biden has made clear, the federal government will provide all of the support that they need for as long as it takes. This is no ordinary bridge. This is one of the cathedrals of American infrastructure. It has been part of the skyline of this region for longer than many of us have been alive. So the path to normalcy will not be easy. It will not be quick. It will not be inexpensive, but we will rebuild together. In order to make sure that happens, the president's plan is to work with everyone here in order to rebuild this bridge and reopen this port, including our readiness as a department to approve emergency funding as soon as we receive that request. Meanwhile, our Maritime Administration will help with port, harbor, and supply chain operations. Our Federal Highway Administration will assist when it comes to the bridge itself and any ways that we can help ease roadway congestion for residents and commuters who can no longer use this major thoroughfare. The Federal Aviation Administration is even involved, working to keep the airspace above the bridge clear for emergency personnel. PHMSA, our Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, is on the scene to help with any hazmat issues. And our newly stood up freight office is already at work preparing for supply chain impacts that we know are coming because of the importance of this port, not just to the Baltimore region, but really to the entire United States economy. We're going to be working closely with the National Transportation Safety Board as they lead their independent investigation and with the Coast Guard as they continue operations in the water. I've also spoken with Secretary Mayorkas, who's working to ensure that all DHS assets are integrated. So in many ways, our work is just beginning to rebuild this bridge and deal with impacts in the meantime, to reopen this port and deal with supply chain impacts in the meantime. But today we are most acutely focused on the emergency operations underway and on the families that have been impacted. I have no doubt that we will rebuild together and that Baltimore will come back stronger than ever before. With that, I will turn it back over to Governor to lead the media questions.
Governor, any news on the missing people? Have any been recovered? Any alive? Any dead?
There's no new information about the search efforts that we know that we still have the 6 individuals with us.
Governor, when you talk about the investigative standpoint, how concerned are you if there were any safety violations on this ship or the track record of the owner operator? And Mr. Secretary, if you could speak to that as well, do you have any concerns about that? Mayor Scott, we also didn't hear from you. What are your thoughts on this tragedy today?
Well, I'll take it first, and I can pass it off to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I know there's a thorough investigation that's going to be going on about everything that took place last night, the things that led up to it, and also the aftermath. And so I don't have any further comments about any concerns that we have about the companies that are involved, because there's still a thorough investigation that's going to take place.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I think we all know this is an unspeakable tragedy. And while, as the governor just said, the investigation is still underway, all of that can wait. Right now, this is about the lives of those individuals that we are searching for and nothing else. Everything else, this team of folks will work together to make sure that we rebuild and do everything we need to do for our port. But right now, we need everyone to understand this is about the lives and those families who are deeply impacted.
Mr. Secretary, this is, we've seen now several bridge collapses happen over the past couple of years. Obviously, this was a catastrophic event, but that bridge fell very quickly. How concerned should Americans be about the bridges that they're traversing every single day in this country?
Well, this is a unique circumstance. I do not know of a bridge that has been constructed to withstand a direct impact from a vessel of this size. What I will say is anytime anything happens to any bridge, we as a country take that and learn from that. Learning from incidents as diverse as what happened to I-95 in Philadelphia, what happened to I-10 in Los Angeles, or another case that we're learning a lot from here, which is the 2007 collapse of I-35 West in Minnesota. Let me emphasize that was a very different circumstance with very different causes. And the NTSB, by design, is independently leading the investigation into what those causes are. No question that we will take all of that information and apply it in our future work.
Mr. Secretary, how long are you preparing for the shipping channel to be closed? And you mentioned supply chain. What else are you doing to make sure other ports are prepared to maybe take on some of that?
Well, the port here in Baltimore does the most vehicle handling of any port at all. And that's just talking about the vehicle side. You also have container traffic, you have bulk traffic. There is no question that this will be a major and protracted impact to supply chains. It's too soon to offer estimates on what it will take to clear the channel and reopen the port. There is one part of the facilities here, Trade Point, which is located at Sparrow Point, which is outside of the part that's blocked. But the main part of the Port of Baltimore is, of course, inside the channel that has been blocked.
Last question.
This is part of why we're fortunate to have that newly stood up freight office, which along with the Maritime Administration and all of our interagency and intergovernmental partners here, is we're going to make sure we coordinate. There is no central authority that directs maritime traffic the way you have with air traffic. So it's going to be important to have a number of dialogues established with ocean shippers, beneficial cargo owners, port operators, and everybody else who plays a role.
And I'm sorry, Governor, just for clarity, a question from this morning. It was unclear if there were any vehicles on the bridge when the vessel hit it. Do you have an update now whether there were actually vehicles?
There's still an investigation going on about which vehicles that we had that was on the bridge. The thing that we know that we also can verify though is the quick work of public officials and law enforcement who kept more vehicles from coming onto the bridge. They undoubtedly saved innumerable amount of lives.
So you're still looking for 6 people, and that's it, as far as you know.
That's our investigation has not changed.
All right, listening in here to officials this afternoon at one of several updates from today as we give you this live picture out of Baltimore right now. Now, this news conference was earlier this afternoon. So at the time, you heard from the Maryland governor, Wes Moore, saying that this was an active search and rescue. However, as you can see on the banner here on your screen, tragically, that has been since updated according to the employer of the 6 people who are still missing right now. You'll remember there were 8 workers who were on the bridge at the time of the collapse. 2 have since been located, one of which was taken to the hospital and is said to be be in serious condition, but 6 others have been missing for the remainder of the day as that search and rescue process continued on. However, the Bronner Builders Executive Vice President Jeffrey Pritzker told the Associated Press that the crew, as they were working in the middle of the night, he says that the bodies of the workers have not yet been recovered, but they are presumed to have died given the water's depth and the amount of time that has passed since the collapse. We're not exactly sure when we might be getting yet another update, if that will come at next point tomorrow or later this evening. I feel like if we had heard something about today, we would obviously probably know that here pretty quickly, but no word on if there will be another update yet this evening. We want to step away from this, though. We're going to be bringing you a lot more coverage regardless of when that next update is coming.
Okay, y'all. So that is the last press conference that they've done on the bridge collapse. They're saying that 6 people are presumed dead. I'm praying that they're not. But it's looking like they may be unalive. So we're gonna send prayers to their family and their loved one presumed unalive. Like, they haven't released any names. They're just saying they're presuming this at this time. So we're about to get up off of here. We've been on here for 4 hours and 30 minutes, but I do plan on coming back live a little later while the girls are at dance practice with just some updates on Sebastian Rogers and what I plan on doing tomorrow as far as helping out searching for him, because I extended my car rental again. So if anybody want to help send a donation to help me extend my car rental so I can further help for the search, you can send it. You know, even though we get super checks, the next super checks the following month, that's okay. You know, we have cash out. But yeah, I need a new engine for my truck. It's $13,000 and I'm not paying that. So, and it's under warranty. So like, the world is crazy. They think probably because I'm a woman that I'm not gonna fight it and go against them. Like, no, I know it's not my fault. It's under warranty. It should be covered. So that's what I'm dealing with right now. So if we don't have any questions, I'm gonna get up off here. Melissa, you sent me a message, so I'll check that and I'll send you my number since you are now moderator. Thank you for becoming a member, and also thank you for any tips that you sent today. I really appreciate it. So we're gonna get up out of here. My son is a mechanic. He will look over. Okay, yeah, they saying that it's my engine and it's $13,000. They said it's my fault because I wasn't keeping up with the oil changes, which is a lie, because I had free oil changes with them for the first 3 years, and then the next following year I was using Jiffy Lube. I've only had the truck for 4 years. So, and then anytime there's so many recalls on that Nissan Pathfinder, and anytime when you go in to try to get service for the recall, they either don't have the part. So how is this my fault? So yeah. So the truck is still at Nissan. They can keep it for all I care. So that's how I feel. They can keep it. But yeah, y'all, I'm about to get up out here and set up for my next live. Yes. Like, no, y'all not finna. Yep, trying to blame me. So they can keep it. It's all right, y'all. We are about to get up out of here. We're gonna end y'all with, our famous Nashville drone footage and a song from my son, of course.
C'est now they on smashing, yeah. I ain't this for real, but I mean, hey. Trying to figure out this problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level cause you at the bottom. This really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them. Niggas finna hate this. Your brother 27 with a minor on some gay shit. On this nigga ass at first I wasn't gonna say shit. He couldn't get the hoes, I guess he had to make a lane switch. Acting like a sis, really acting like a bitch. We could talk it out but I can't understand him with the list. Not to mention he be dressing up for views, he wearing wigs. Not to mention nigga 27, out here scamming kids. Foreign coupe, I love to walk around it capping, so let's talk about it. Laughing but nobody smiling, too old to be acting childish. He didn't want the smoke, brought up my mama, so bro now you got it. If you know what's best then close your mouth and keep my mama out it. Now I'm making noise, piss me off and now I'm too annoyed. Nigga play with toys, he play with them and fuck with little boys. I can't just ignore it, water deep just like we finding Dory. I don't have a choice, the war is coming, hope you ready for it. Double cup I'm sipping, you can talk your shit but leave my family out and I ain't tripping. Don't let this shit go over your head, I really hope you listen. I'm real fed up hearing this and that, you acting like a sissy. Thought I was misogynist but you keep sneak dissing these women. Problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level cause you at the bottom. This really too easy. Niggas figure out this in this problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level cause you at the bottom. This really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them.
Don't let that play again. Just in case you're wondering, that is a diss track that my son had to write for his mom. Well, he got tired of people harassing his mom on social media. Hold on. In this sector in particular. So that was a message to the tall, ex-player I was telling you about, and his cousin that was messing with a 15-year-old ex-27. And also with another and also another guy, the cookie over there. I'll get it in a minute. And also there's another guy in this sector that all he does is kisses the tall guy's butt, makes reaction videos to his videos for the past 3 years. Go get it. Yes, go get it. Another guy that has a list that lives in Texas that likes to harass women and put on wigs and wear lipstick. And then, of course, there's the Kids 101, the Predator guy. So, yeah, we're going to play that again for y'all.
Can't trust none of these niggas be out here sharing bops, screaming loud, running in the air like I try several ops. Can't fuck with these bitches be out here calling cops and dunking on these niggas, pat their head, call it a head top. Touching me, it's like touching hell, you know that flame hot. Glock to the head, firing 10 shots like I got aim by. Shawty set me up, good brain, call her a blow pop. Shawty said that I'm much. Shawty said that I'm much you sign, I told her that I stopped.
Trying to figure out this problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama. Wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level cause you at the bottom. This really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them. Niggas finna hate this. Your brother 27 with a minor on some gay shit. On this nigga ass at first I wasn't gonna say shit. He couldn't get with the hoes, I guess he had to make a lane switch. Acting like a sis, really acting like a bitch. We could talk it out, but I can't understand him with the list. Not to mention he be dressing up for views, he wearing wigs. Not to mention nigga 27, out here scamming kids. Foreign coupe, I love to walk around it, capping, so let's talk about it. Laughing, but nobody smiling, too old to be acting childish. He didn't want the smoke, brought up my mama, so bro, now you got it. If you know what's best, then close your mouth and keep my mama out it. Now I'm making noise, piss me off and now I'm too annoyed. Nigga play with toys, he play with them and fuck with little boys. I can't just ignore it, water deep just like we finding Dory. I don't have a choice, the war is coming, hope you ready for it. Double cup I'm sipping, you can talk your shit, but leave my family out and I ain't tripping. Don't let this shit go over your head, I really hope you listen. I'm real fed up hearing this and that, you acting like a sissy. Thought I was misogynist, but you keep sneak dissing these women. Problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level, cause you at the bottom, this really too easy. Niggas figure out this fitness problem that these niggas got all of a sudden towards my mama wasn't too important till you put my family in drama. Now I gotta step down from my level, cause you at the bottom, this really too easy. Niggas flies because I'm finna squash them.